since the launching of this institute, colleagues have been working very hard to establish global network of the academic research community who are doing sustainability-related research. That network expand globally with like 200 scholars. And one of the affiliates just got the Nobel Economic Prize this year. So, and they be so active, doing lots of academic collaborations in terms of working papers, in terms of conferences, in terms of web seminars, in terms of PhD training. So the progress has been very, very significant. And we certainly continue with this collaboration and the coordination around the world. And the third pillar, we believe that is important is through education. Through education and engagement with the society. So jointly with Jockey Club, we developed these leadership training programs for NGOs. And we hope with the success launch of this program, we're going to expand the scope of this. At Hong Kong U Business School, we also launched a Master of Sustainability in Accounting and Finance last year. It was become a very popular program, attract many young talents. And so in the future, we'll continue with these three dimensions: research, collaboration, engagement, society through education, development, and other activities. I think this forum is a great example of all these efforts. We're certainly looking forward to a very interesting day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the kind speech, Professor Tsai. And thank you to all of our previous speakers, to all of the remarks as well. Now, here comes a very special moment before we kickstart our day. So we'll begin with a series of photographs to memorize this very special occasion. So first, let's start with the first one, where we will invite our distinguished guests to come on stage. So can I please welcome Mrs. Ma Chao Pui Fund? Please join us on stage. And also Mrs. Irene Leong. Everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome them on stage. Followed by Professor Yang Wang. Please join us on stage as well. And Professor Hongbin Cai, please. Everyone, please prepare for the first photograph. Great. Make sure we're showing off our best smiles for the first photograph. We're going to take a few today, and the third one will include everyone in the audience. So please do prepare yourselves as well. All right, so we're good. All right, next we would like to invite the Institute's endowed professors and the keynote speakers of the forum to join for the second group photos. So while everyone remain on the stage, can we please have a warm welcome for Professor Guo Junhe, the Hong Kong Jockey Club professor in economics, director of the Institute. Professor Uta Schönberg, the Hong Kong Jockey Club professor in economics, chair of economics, affiliate of the Institute. Please join us. Professor Jeffrey Ng, the Hong Kong Jockey Club professor in accounting, area director of accounting and law, associate director of the Institute. We also have Professor Solomon Xiang, the director of global policy laboratory at Stanford University, co-director of the climate impact lab and former chief environmental economist in the executive office of the president of the White House. Thank you. Now, let's prepare for the second photo. Now, regrettably, Professor Ronnie McKaylee, the Hong Kong Jockey Club professor in finance and entrepreneurship, co-director of the Institute, is unable to join us in person for the photograph, but I'm sure he remains with us in spirit for this special occasion. So let's do the second photograph right now. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much to all of our professors and speakers on stage. Everyone, please do take a seat and prepare for the third photograph that we have coming up. Thank you very much. Please. All right, as I mentioned, this is our grand photo. So we're going to, I'm going to have the photographers please join me on stage. We're going to ask everyone in the front row to make sure you have a prop in your hand as we will take the photograph from the stage down. Now, everyone in the audience, make sure we can see your faces. Yes. And I believe we'll be doing quite a few, and we have video as well. So are we doing video first or photograph first? Photo first. Okay, perfect. So we'll do quite a few. So the first one is usually kind of formal where everyone looks fairly decent, and then we'll do the funner ones after. So please follow the instructions from the photographer. Right. Make sure we have the perfect photo. All right. Please hold on to your beautiful smiles. Thank you. Now, hold on. Okay, let's do the fun ones, shall we? So everyone, let's give a heart, give a like, however you want to express yourself. Yes, we're getting pretty creative with our hearts. I love it. Love it, love it. All right. Hold on to it. Hold on to your hearts. Hold on to your likes. Wow, so many cameras this morning. Oh, wow. All right. This is video, right? Okay, so everyone, let's say yay. 1, 2, 3. Yay. One. Yay. All right. Thank you so much to our photographers. Thank you very much, everybody. It's always good to start with such beautiful pictures. Now, of course, we do encourage you to follow us on our social media. So please, any pictures that you take today, please do tag us in your repost of today's event. As you can see, there's QR codes here. And also we do have our hashtag that's up there. That's for your social. So everyone, please take a while to just cap it right now. Now, additionally, we do have real-time photo sharing platform where you can view and where you can download the photos instantly. So do scan the QR code behind here to enter the platform and enjoy the photos. Kind of all that out of the way. Now, before we start, I just want everyone to please put our hands together while Professor Yang Wang, Professor Hongbin Cai, they have other engagements. So everyone, let's please give them a big round of applause once again as they have to leave for the morning. All right, so that is that. Everyone, are we ready for what is to come today? Kind of? No, nobody's ready? Oh, geez, I'm the only one that's ready. Okay. So here we go. Ready or not, we're starting. All right. So we're incredibly privileged today to have with us a leading voice that is here with us, who's going to set the stage for all of our discussions. It is with my distinct pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Solomon Xiang. Now, can I please have everyone put our hands together and welcome him on stage? He will present on his address, and I will hand the stage over to you.
Thank you so much for having me here today. This is a real pleasure, and it's really inspiring to just see all the incredible work you've been doing and the institution you've been building here. My name is Solomon Xiang. I'm from Stanford University, and every day, we come into the office and we ask, what should we do from a policymaking standpoint to maximize global well-being and human potential? And I think, today is a particular moment in time. We live in a moment where there is incredible technological advancement. We can build buildings that are a kilometer in height. We are able to manipulate the human genome very precisely. We have AI systems that can create beautiful works of art that outcompete human artists sometimes. And we can even take a satellite and balance it in the gravitational point between the Earth and the Sun so that we can see distant galaxies in ways we could never see before. So these are incredible achievements, and yet at the same time, In different locations in the world, there are children whose bellies are distended because they're full of worms. And we have people around the world who are working as quickly as they can to improve the condition of their families. And that places an immense burden on the environment and on the planet. So much so that from space you can see it, where many of our leaders are today. They're in the rainforest, and from up in orbit you can see the forest being cleared. And in fact, if you zoom out further, if you were to go to the edge of the solar system, this little tiny dot, that's planet Earth, taken in a photograph from the Voyager spacecraft. And I often point out that if there were, aliens out there looking at the Earth's atmosphere, doing chemical spectroscopy, they would see the rise of human civilization in their data. So we are standing here at this particular moment in time where we're making decisions about how much we should invest in mitigating climate change to follow these different paths. Now, in order to understand whether that makes sense, what we do is we try to understand what the future looks like in these different scenarios, so we can understand the economic value, essentially the rate of return of those investments that we are making today at this critical juncture. Now, different individuals have different philosophies of how we should make these decisions. And at this particular moment, there's very sharp disagreement between what the United States federal policy and what China is doing today. So right now, China is investing heavily, focusing on meeting international targets, whereas the United States is promoting legacy energy sources and is concerned about the cost of those investments. Now, at its heart, both of these viewpoints recognize that there are tremendous costs of the energy transition. That's unquestioned. Where they disagree is what are the benefits of making those investments. Is it worth it to make these investments today, or is it not? And ultimately, that comes down to how we think about the value of the climate itself. And so research is helping us understand what this transition looks like for the global economy. And I think to get a sense of scale, here's a graph I like to show. On the bottom, what you see are all the countries sort of located horizontally based on their average temperature, and on the top is their temperature in some future where things get warmer. And what this lets you do is you can do some comparisons. So for example, what this suggests is that in the future, if the climate changes, China would be a similar temperature to what Mexico is today. Or alternatively, Indonesia in the future would have similar temperatures to what Sudan is experiencing now. And if you were to look at what Sudan is going to experience in the future, it's unlike anything we've seen on the planet. So what does this mean for the global economy? What does it mean for us? There's a lot of research that is helping us make data-driven decisions. We don't just have to speculate anymore about what's coming down the road. Now, what we would love to do if we had like a science fair sort of experiment is we would take two planets and we would change the climate of one and we would see how the economy fares compared to the alternative, and that would tell us what the return on investment would look like. Now, that's obviously not possible. So what we do instead is we look to data and we try to analyze in historical data how societies respond to changes in the climate. And so what we do is we follow populations over time and we compare them to themselves at different periods when they've experienced different types of climatic events. And that lets us quantify, lets us measure what the impact of these changes are on those societies. And so I'd like to share with you some of those examples of how we are trying to understand these things. So as just a starter example, consider typhoons or hurricanes around the world. Here's a picture of a hurricane incident landing in the United States Gulf Coast at nighttime. And to understand what the impact of these storms are through research, we rebuild models of storms themselves. Here's a model that we've built, and what the surface is showing you is sort of how intense the winds are at different points in the storm. And then we can take this physical model and reconstruct the historical experience of different locations on the ground as they underwent historical events. So this is a chart where the colors are showing you the intensity of the experience of different populations as the storm passed overhead in the United States. We can then rebuild all the storms we see on planet Earth in a given year. There's roughly 100 worldwide. And then we can rebuild all the different years in the historical record. And when we do this, we now have data on thousands of storms that we can link to macroeconomic records to try to understand what is the long-term impact of these events on the societies that they're affecting. So there have been many theories about how things like a typhoon can affect long-term economic growth. Here's a graph. On horizontal is time, and on the y-axis is GDP. And these are different ideas about how a particular disaster might affect the economic trajectory of a country. There's this creative destruction hypothesis, which sort of indicates that maybe the disaster hits you and you actually do better due to the disaster. And maybe it's because, two of us, a tree falls down in our yard, we work together to move it, and in that conversation we realize we have, some business that we could do together, and so out of the storm comes something new. A second hypothesis is this build back better hypothesis, where, GDP drops below the trend and then later goes up above it. And there the idea is, well, maybe we have like different types of capital investments that we don't replace at the efficient rate. So for example, I once had a phone, it was very slow and it was buggy, it was bothering me a lot. And then one day I dropped it, it broke, I bought a new phone, and I was suddenly much more productive. And I thought, well, why didn't I do that a long time ago, right? So in that case, that kind of disaster causes us to be more productive in the long run. There's an alternative theory, this recovery to trend, which says, well, maybe what matters is global technology, and we will all just catch up to the trend after a disaster occurs. And this last hypothesis is the no recovery hypothesis, where maybe a storm comes and it harms us, it basically moves us back in time. What we see when we look at thousands of storms around the world is that this no recovery hypothesis is actually what emerges from the data. A country is hit by a typhoon, and we observe economic growth to decline for roughly a decade, and we see over the course of 15 years, there's no recovery to the pre-storm trend. To put this in context, you can think about, for example, an unprecedented storm that hit the United States. So a few years ago, Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. It had been stronger than anything we've ever seen. The average wind speed of a random location anywhere in the territory was 200 kilometers per hour. Okay. Now, to give you a sense of scale, I often think, if you are driving, 200 kilometers, I don't think many of us do that, but imagine doing that, you put your hand out the window, you feel that pressure on your hand. So I tell people, now imagine getting out and standing on the hood of the car at that speed. Okay. That is what happened to the entire territory. And so what we compute is that the overall impact of that event was to undo roughly a quarter century of economic development in the course of a day. Okay, so there's very little on the planet besides nuclear weapons that can destroy economic value as quickly as these types of events. And this type of storm is economically as important as many type of financial crises that we give a lot of attention to at our central banks and other places. Now, these storms, they have very large, on the left here, you see the economic consequences I was just showing you, but that also translates into other types of health impacts. Human well-being is very heavily affected by our individual well-being. And so what we see is that after a cyclone hits a community in the United States, it actually leads to acceleration of mortality for the following decade that basically mirrors the long-term economic impact. There are other health impacts of the climate. So one of the most important ones that we've spent a lot of time studying is the effect of extreme heat on human mortality. So here's a graph. On the horizontal axis is now temperature of a given day. And what we see is that when temperatures get very high, the rates of mortality in low-income countries go very high as well. That's what that upward increase indicates. And so the concern is that maybe as the globe warms, many more populations will suffer from these harmful impacts. But one thing that is also important to recognize is that people are smart. We can protect ourselves. We might realize this is happening. And so we adapt. And so when you look at data from around the world in wealthier countries or countries that have more experience with extreme heat, we actually see that these high temperature events don't cause such a big spike. It's much more muted because populations are installing air conditioning or have other ways to protect themselves. So it turns out accounting for this type of adaptation is very important. We can run a simulation where we project into the future how sensitive populations around the world are to extreme heat. And what we see is that the world will certainly warm. What we're showing here is the sensitivity in terms of health to extreme heat. And the world will get warmer, but people at the same time will be getting less sensitive as they adapt to those changes. So it's important when we think about the future to account for that adaptive response. If we add the numbers up all around the world, what is the total human cost of this warming? We would expect a very large increase if we did not account for adaptation. But based on our research, we then can think about what are the benefits of countries getting wealthier and accounting for, the fact that they face a new climate. And so we actually see that once you account for the cost for how populations adapt, the overall health impact of climate change will be roughly half of what it would have been otherwise. That said, it is still quite substantial and represents a major cost around the world. So there is a degree of adaptation that is important to account for, but despite that, there still are very real costs to deal with. And to give a sense of scale of what these costs look like, you can compare them to many different types of disease and human health harms that we see in the world today. So in future projections, in a world where this taller red bar, where we don't really mitigate emissions, what we would expect to see is that extreme heat becomes a leading cause of death on par with other types of infectious diseases we see on the world today in terms of what it does to human mortality rates. So we think that's quite substantial and worth being attentive to. And in fact, in this whole body of research I'm sharing with you, there's many different types of impacts. People have focused on refugees, effects on human labor, sea level rise. There's a lot of interesting findings. I'm not going to go through them all for you today. I will spare you that. What I do want to do is focus your attention on what I think is one of the most important, but also very subtle impacts that people may not realize. So here's an example I often give to people. I kind of like, so in the 40s, there was a researcher in the British Navy, and they were sending people to the colonies, and so they wanted to understand what was the effect of high temperatures on soldiers and other folks who were working. And so he did these series of experiments where he took soldiers, he sat them down in a room, and he made them do arm curls until they collapsed on the floor. And then what he did is he turned up the temperature of the room and tried to study how higher temperatures affected their ability to do arm curls. On the graph on the right, what you see is the number of arm curls that were done before individuals collapsed. And you see that as temperatures go up, the ability of these workers to do this type of labor declined, okay? So this is in the 40s, but if you look around the world today in modern data, you see essentially the same pattern, okay? Whether you look at workers, like labor supply, that's on the right, on the horizontal axis here is temperature, so you see that basically workers work and then at some critical threshold, they work much less, or other types of capital, like on the left. This is effectively the response of a corn plant to increasing temperatures, where at some critical temperature, sort of productivity plummets. So what happens is if all the little elements of our economy behave in this way, when you add them all up, the overall economy also exhibits similar patterns, where as temperatures increase, we observe output to decline. So this is, I've worked on this problem for now 15 years, and what I will tell you is I think this graph, this picture alone, is the most important figure for understanding global economic prospects in a future where the climate is changing. This is the effect of temperature on GDP growth in countries around the world over the last half century. What we see is that at low temperatures, as countries get a little warmer, they go up this curve. It actually makes them a little more productive. It's difficult to be productive at very cold temperatures. And there's a peak around 15 degrees Celsius. And then at higher temperatures, you begin to see economic growth decline. And it declines roughly linearly at a rate of around 1% per degree. Now, you might see this and think, okay, well, we are pretty innovative. We develop new technologies. We can adapt similar to how we were adapting to the health impacts. But what we find is if we look decade after decade, there has been essentially no progress in our ability to withstand these types of temperatures at the macroeconomic level. When we look 20 years ago, 40 years ago, we see the exactly same response that we see in the modern data. We also see this kind of response in different types of data from different countries all around the world. So whether you look at the United States, whether you look at China, India, Europe, hundreds of World Bank surveys, we see a very similar hill-shaped relationship where getting warmer increases productivity and then decreases productivity. And this is a very important pattern. This impact we see emerging in the world today already as the planet is warming. So this is not just about the future, this is about what we see right now. So for example, what you can do is you can go to a country like India, and you can go to the 10% of locations that are not warming very much. They're actually staying cool, and we can see what their economic growth looks like over the last several decades. And then you can look at the 10% of the country that's getting warmer faster. And what we were beginning to see over the last couple decades is a divergence in economic production at different regions within the same country. And you can see this in many other middle-income, pretty warm countries over the last couple decades, where rising temperatures appear to be creating a wedge between those regions that are experiencing faster warming and those regions that are experiencing slower warming. You can also ask the question, how much money have we already lost due to the warming that we have already experienced due to historical emissions? So here I'm showing you Europe and the United States, and what those blue curves are showing you is what the economic trajectory of these countries would have been had they not experienced the warming that we've actually seen, about 1 degree. In contrast, what you can do is look at what actually occurred in these countries as they did warm up, and the gap, the amount of money that we have already lost, is to the tune of roughly $5 trillion in each one of these large regions. Now, these are the sort of historical losses in terms of the money that could have been earned. What you can also do is ask who is responsible for having created those losses. And so we know that those losses are coming from emissions. We can compute who has generated those historical emissions. And we can try to ask the question, okay, who owes who what for having caused those impacts? And so having done that, what we see is that US and China have generated the most emissions. That's not a surprise to anyone. And so the overall sort of burden of cost that would expect if you were to try to compensate countries for what they've lost is roughly on the order of $8 to $10 trillion for each of those two countries. And worldwide, it adds up to roughly $50 trillion in debt that is owed between different countries. Now, everything I've shown you so far is just about the past. That's warming that has already occurred to date. But you can then ask, well, what about the future? So what I'm showing you here, each dot is a country. The horizontal axis is, again, temperature. And we can think about projections into the future. What do our economic prospects look like? So in a sort of projection where we have no climate change, we generally expect growth to be slightly below 2% for most countries in the long run. And then when we impose the effects of climate change, we see a pattern where growth is lower, and the drop in growth is larger for countries that start out at hotter temperatures because they are further down on that downward sloping side of that curve I showed you before. If we then take these types of growth rates and project them into the future, what we get is a picture of the world where, particularly in the hottest regions, in the tropics, in the subtropics, there's really large declines in income that you might observe. And in some parts of the world, in the coldest regions, you actually can see some benefits. And in particular, the lower right, you see the projection for South Asia. There are areas that are very hot where you expect to observe very acute losses. What this means for the global economy in terms of our global economic prospects, really there's 3 things that come out of it. First, we expect the world to be poorer on average. If you add this up across all countries, warming will make us poorer. Second, to the tune of roughly 25% of global GDP. But also what you see is there's a big spread in the red on the left. There's a great deal of uncertainty. We don't know everything about how the climate is going to affect us. There's uncertainty in what the climate will do. And so we do make our future more uncertain by changing the climate. And uncertainty is itself costly. We generally don't like uncertainty. We pay for insurance to avoid it. And the third effect is it will make the world more unequal, because the parts of the world today that are hottest tend to also be the places in the world that are already the poorest. And so on the right, you see that the poorest 60% of the world is much more heavily impacted than the wealthier 40%. Okay, so then focusing on the impact of the low income, I want to point you to just one type of finding that is some of our most recent work that we think is interesting, but also quite concerning. So when we think about what it means for these very poor locations to experience long-term economic growth, we are discovering that there might be real material risk of economic collapse in some regions. And the concern is this: rising temperatures decrease growth rates, like I've shown you, and they also, in other work we've shown, they increase the risk of violent conflict and civil unrest. Now, those two things could potentially interact, because we also know that having political conflict or unrest makes it hard to be economically productive, and having declines in economic productivity actually make conflict more likely. So the concern is that those two things could, if we are both pushing them with climate change, interact and produce a bad equilibrium where you have essentially like a downward spiral, something that we think of as a poverty trap. So that's depicted on this graph here. On the vertical axis is GDP growth, and what you see in the blue circle is what we think of in, that would be a good outcome, where you have high economic growth and low risk of conflict, where conflict is on the horizontal axis here. The concern is that climate change could push some countries into a situation in which they face negative economic growth and high conflict outcomes. And this is something where we think those two could become mutually reinforcing and trap societies in this sort of declining state. When we look at the data from around the world, well, actually, this is just focusing on Africa, we do see that this is a real material risk for some set of countries, where there are some countries that have high growth and they will grow more slowly, like Botswana, but there are other countries, like Nigeria, that are kind of on the cusp, where the concern is that climate change could actually push them over the threshold where you could have several decades of economic decline, and it becomes difficult to escape those situations because of the conflict that is occurring. So we've done analyses now of Africa. People are starting to think of other parts of the world, but I think that the fact that this is a material risk is something that we are particularly concerned about for the world's poorest. Okay, so there I want to wrap up on a couple take-home messages. So, the first high-level thing to remember, across all this literature, we see rising temperatures and cyclones harm human health and slow GDP growth. In those two types of outcomes, we see that adaptation is very important for human health, but we see no evidence of adaptation when it comes to macroeconomic productivity. And in particular, the shape of that GDP response that I showed you is particularly important because it increases global inequality, because places in the world that are already hot are expected to suffer the most. Recent warming has also already emerged as something that is important in GDP data, and the overall net cost of those damages are roughly to the tune of $50 trillion worldwide. Overall, in projections of the future, we expect global GDP to decline by around 12% for 1 degree of warming by end of century. And in new work, we are quite concerned that there could be positive interactions between the risk of conflict and violence and GDP growth that could trap some of the world's poorest societies in a deteriorating state. Overall, if you add up the total cost of all of these impacts around the world, estimates generally indicate that there's a measure, the social cost of carbon, which is essentially what is the value to society of reducing emissions by 1 ton of carbon, is on the scale of $1,000 to $2,000 per ton. And that indicates that many of the investments that are being made by your government, at least, are probably generating a very strong rate of return. So with that, I want to leave you sort of with an image of how we think about this problem. These are 2 pictures of the world. The colors are the temperatures in a world where there's excessive climate change on the left, or we've mitigated climate change and reduced emissions on the right. And what I've done is I've changed the color of the night lights of the societies on them to reflect whether or not economic growth or economic decline has occurred as a result of climate change. And so when you look at these types of things, you can think, okay, some of this sounds kind of scary. Like I've talked about a lot of adverse impacts of climate. But in reality, I'm extremely optimistic. The reason we do this type of research is so that we can clearly understand what the globe on the left looks like, what it means for society, and what is the gap, what is the difference in value between these 2 states of the world for us. This lets us, in the past, leaders would go to fortune tellers. They would go to look at the stars, okay? They wanted very badly to understand what was ahead, but this is the first time in human history where we actually have the science, where we have the data, where we have the ability to understand, to see ahead what is coming, and then make rational, reasonable choices about the type of future we want to pursue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Xiao, for very profound sharing, and thank you for setting such a powerful tone for what is to come up next. And please be seated. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the mission of an endowed professorship is to turn visionary ideas into tangible impact. Now, we will now transition to the next session, which is presentations from the Hong Kong Jockey Club professors, where we will hear directly from some of the brilliant minds that are driving the impact forward. And for this, our first presenter is Professor Guo Junhe, the Hong Kong Jockey Club professor in economics and director of the HKU Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute. So everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome him on stage. Over to you.
Thank you, Solomon, for the very nice start, very impressive work. And as you can see that we are really trying to bring the best scholars on the stage and trying to give the audience an understanding what is going on. So we have today a couple of presentations from 4 endowed chair professors. And then the idea is that we want to share with the audience, both offline and online, what we're doing. And hopefully we would be able to foster more collaborations with firms, with regulators, and with nonprofits, and broadly the society in general. Today, my topic of sharing is leverage platforms to promote sustainability. I'm going to discuss 2 of my recently accomplished large-scale field experiments, trying to highlight a key message that platforms, when combined with individuals, can be very powerful. So if you look at the first page, okay, the platforms now are at the center of modern life, right? They connect billions of users, including consumers, business, and also regulators, into a vast digital network. These platforms are not just marketplaces, right? They have become very fundamental infrastructures that can affect how we interact, how companies operate, and even how governments regulate. And the reach and the scale actually offers unique opportunity to shape behaviors at unprecedented speed and scale. Meanwhile, throughout history, public pressure has catalyzed major society changes, whether it's consumer rights movements, environmental campaigns, civil rights protests. The flow is very clear. Citizen engagements are the foundations of social progresses, and their voice can drive powerful, long-lasting transformations in our institutions. The key message today can be summarized using this very simple figure. I want to deliver that we can actually combine those 2 powerful sources. We can basically leverage platforms to empower individuals so that we can conduct large-scale randomized control interventions across very large users, consumers, firms, regulators, and rapidly test new ideas and spread sustainable behaviors and collect feedbacks in real time. So this synergy is very key and vital because it allows us to test low-cost and high-efficiency interventions, allowing us also to scale up social innovations and drive measurable progress towards sustainable goals. Now, let me share 2 studies that we've done recently. The first study I shared briefly in last year, but more importantly, I want to talk about second study. Right? The first study is the first time that we try to leverage platforms to engage individuals, empower individuals, in which we want to understand how citizen participation in environmental governance can affect pollution reductions in China. So what we did, basically, the government already set up those networks and monitoring data provided in real time to the public. You can actually see in real time which firms are violating emission standards, which firms are actually violating the laws, right? So we just recruited volunteers, asking them basically to watch those firms who are violating emission standards in real time. Once they do that, we try to send complaints to relevant regulators through various channels, right? Just to, first, this is what is encouraged by the central government. The government actually set up platforms that allows individuals to send those complaints. And meanwhile, you can also do this through other channels, including platforms like in social media, in which you take this information publicly and tell local regulators, look, there was this firm under your jurisdiction that is violating emission standards. So we monitored more than 25,000 larger polluters in China in real time, which contribute more than 75% of China's total industrial emissions. And over our 8 months experiment, we filed more than 3,000 complaints to local regulators when they're violating the emission standards, violating the law. What we find? We actually find those very simple interventions are extremely effective, right? If you're doing that publicly on social media, we are able to bring down the emission violations by more than 60%. So if the firm has been reported by us because it's violated emission laws, they are going to reduce the future emission violation rates by 60%. In comparison, if you're doing it in a private way, say you're sending direct messages to local environment bureaus or through those other channels, they are still effective, but effective is much smaller. Meanwhile, if you look at absolute emission concentrations and total amount of emissions, those treatments are also highly effective, right? Basically, the platforms allow citizens to voice their concerns, and in the end, they manage to reduce the overall pollution levels of a lot of larger polluters. That's the first example I'm going to share. The second example I'm going to share is really related to today's topic on ESG. Right, we want to understand what would happen if individual investors now can voice their concerns about corporate ESG performance, and how would that change the firm behavior. What we do, again, is to leverage a platform in which on those platforms, individual investors could ask questions directly to the corporate, those listed firms' management teams. For those who have stock accounts in China, you probably know those Hudong and Yihudong, right? Basically, those are platforms which individuals are able to raise questions directly, and according to the rules of stock exchanges, the corporates have to respond to those questions. And then we basically target all those firms who do not have very good ESG performance. And we try to raise issues on the platform, asking them, okay, according to various rating agencies, we do notice that your company is not doing well enough on different dimensions. Are you going to do something about it? What would be your strategy? And sometimes we emphasize a bit more on the E dimension, right? The environmental performance, carbon reductions. Some other times we emphasize governance issues, we emphasize social concerns. Then there are more than 5,000, about 5,000 Chinese listed companies. We're going to basically divide them into control groups and treatment groups, just like what we did in experiment, and then deliver those investor concerns to them. To put it up front, basically before we started systematic asking about Chinese firm on those questions, there's very little inquiries or questions about the ESG performance, right? Then I'm going to show you why this can be powerful, because we can utilize or leverage the huge network effects to engage more and more people to focus on this issue. First, we do this experiment. We, of course, can trace those companies' online responses, how they respond to us, the quality of responses, and the information contained in those responses. Meanwhile, we are going to ask, when they responded to us first, are they going to carry the same information to other investors or not? We call that answer spillovers. Meanwhile, we would be able to ask the question spillovers, in which we mean now whether other investors also start to care about this topic, right? Whether other people start asking those questions on the platform. Following on that, we would be able to measure the responses, including the sentiments, how they're going to behave on those forums, and also we can trace firms' offline actions, including the quality, including the ESG ratings, including the meetings with institutional investors, including whether they publish annual sustainability report and the quality of the report, including whether there are less kind of incidents related to ESG. Right. Finally, we can also take a look at stock responses when a lot of people start to concerning about the corporate's ESG performance, how they affect firms. Right. I'm going to be brief and trying to summarize all the findings. First, we do find that a lot of firms are providing high quality responses. When responding to our inquiries, they tend to write longer, they tend to be more positive, they tend to include a lot of ESG specific discussions, but meanwhile, they're less specific, right? They cannot provide you too much data. They are more likely to use boilerplate answers, and then they also more likely to refer to regulation concerns, right? That's the basic. And then we look at the question spillovers and answer spillovers. Basically, we find that first, when we start to ask the questions for the first time, and other people also started to ask questions about your governance, about your environmental performance, and so on. That's question spillover. At the same time, we also see very strong answer spillovers that those companies, after they provided us this information, they are also more likely to deliver this information to other investors when they have questions. And how about the offline actions? We actually observe that for the companies that we have sent inquiries on those platforms, they are 50% more likely to bring this information to their large institutional investors as well, so that it's no longer like small investors are playing a role, the large institutional investors also get this message. Finally, our experiment is able to mobilize 80 to 100 additional companies to disclose their sustainability reports in the last year, right? And then, of course, there are other results. For example, ESG ratings gradually increase because those firms start to realize actually more and more people care about those issues, so they improve. And at the same time, the final result will be stock responses. Right? The stock response is interesting because ultimately firms want to know, after committing and investing so many things, do they pay? So we look at the control group versus the treatment group on the average stock prices over time. On the left side is average effects, and we see nothing. Okay, if you realize these results, you probably wonder, oh, then what, right? So you spend so much money on that, and in the end, it doesn't provide any kind of financial reward, at least from stock market valuation. So then we look into the data a little deeper. It turns out there's strong heterogeneities behind those general results. Actually, if you look at the right panel of these results, if you're doing well in E dimensions, if we're asking you, we raise a concern if they're doing well, the valuation increase over time. Okay. Well, if it's about governance, if we question the governance, and basically they cannot provide very good answers. Okay, they cannot really kind of self-prove that they have good governance. It's very, very difficult. So over time, people become more pessimistic of a company, and actually this group, their stock price started to decrease slowly. And the reason, as I described, is because when we question governance issues, other investors really concerned about this question. So they followed up and then asked more questions. And it turns out because firms cannot provide a good answer to those questions, over time, people become, across all those platforms, on these companies' sentiments become negative, right? So then, of course, the last question we'll ask, what type of firms should do? Right, what types of firms would be able to benefit more from investing in those social responsibility initiatives? Here, we summarize 3 key sets of results. Basically, it really depends on 3 things. First, whether you're a productive firm. Second, if your firm is transparent enough. And third, if your investors have a consensus about ESG initiatives, right? The key results I'm showing here is the following. If the firm is more productive, it actually harvests, you can think about reputation, harvest customer, harvest investor interest. As a result, for productive firms, they benefit from our inquiries and the benefits from their follow-up actions. In comparison, for non-productive firms, measured by their return on assets, they actually suffer a bit, right? It's just a pure costing and it doesn't really help them too much. Meanwhile, firm transparency is very important. Here we have something that is very interesting. Basically, the non-transparent firm actually benefit more from investing more in ESG actions. We have a theory behind why that's the case, but the simple intuition is if you're already very transparent, you don't really need to deliver that you're a quality firm. You don't really need to address too much of those concerns because everything is already there. In comparison, if you're not transparent, investors want to know more about your company, and doing those things help boost their confidence. Right. Finally, of course, investors' preference matters. If the investors are in general have more consensus on those projects, they are also more likely to support, and as a result, the stock responses for firms with more aligned preference, investors are going to benefit more. Right? I just show you 2 studies that we are working on, and through those 2 studies, I want to highlight 3 key messages. The first, platforms have become essential infrastructures that connect diverse stakeholders and create very powerful network externalities. On those platforms, you can just leverage one party, and then you can influence other parties. Right? In the first example, we try to influence firms and through regulators. In the second case, we try to directly engage the corporates and investors. And the second, I think, which is also important, we should emphasize that individual power. And citizen engagement, public pressure could be a very powerful way to drive social changes, shaping both the regulations and the corporate behaviors across industries and regions. We are now actually exploring those ideas, those large-scale randomized control trials interventions with many other companies. We hope that our institute could be a center when your company wants to do something, test some new idea, come to us and discuss with us. And then finally, the key message is that by basically combining both technological connectivity and this public will, we can design and implement innovative real-time interventions that could accelerate sustainability and a positive social transformation. Okay, I will stop here, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor He. Please be seated, and thank you again for that sharing. Next, we're just as pleased to feature Professor Ronnie McKaylee. He's the Hong Kong Jockey Club Professor in Finance and Entrepreneurship, co-founder of the HKU Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute. Now, as he is unable to join us in person today here in Hong Kong, he will now present a pre-recorded video session for us. So everyone, please do direct your attention to the screen.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start by apologizing for not being here in person. I just had to be in Europe during that time. And I would really sincerely like to thank the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charity Trust for generously fund my research and other people's research and the endowed professorship that we are receiving today. So really thank you. And I'm going now to jump into one of the most recent research that I've been involved with. And I think it's really a nice research to present in this occasion for several reasons. First, because it's really talking about something that is central to what we do at the ESG Research Institute, which is talking about sustainability and about governance. And second, which is very nice, is the fact that we are able to use Chinese data in what I think is a clever way that's not only describing what's going on in China, but allow us to learn something about economic principle and theory in more general. Okay, so without too much of an introduction, let's jump into it. This is a paper called Values and Opportunities in Corporate Environmental Practice, and it's being co-authored with 3 very nice and smart people, Chen, Li, and Ma, and and myself. Okay, so what do we do here? To give you a little bit of background, there is a lot of literature that discusses what factor influence environmental practice. Okay, one thing that I think is kind of obvious is regulation. When the government put out regulation, whether it's subsidies or taxation or just strict regulation about what we can do or what we cannot do, this of course will affect firm environmental practices. What else? What is the huge literature actually about the impact of investors and especially institutional investors, how their preference may affect what corporation will do? There is also some literature actually about the impact of media. Okay, there is public media, there is public outcry. This obviously can also have an effect on what corporations are going to do. And then there is the issue of consumer and customers. Okay, consumer by boycotting a specific product can actually affect companies' behavior. Evidence sort of also about that. And employees. Okay, there is growing literature that show that actually employees' preference for sustainability can impact what firms are doing and how they're behaving. And they're doing it not necessarily because they want to be nominated for sainthood, but in fact they're doing it because employees, it is found that actually employees will have lower turnover and actually require lower wages if they work for greener firms, so to speak. But you know, sort of, if you look at this and, you know, all of these reasons sound very convincing, but there is one aspect actually that is missing from the literature. Okay, and sort of this aspect is actually sell-side analysts. Sell-side analysts are one of the most important watchdogs of corporations, and you know, all of us are listening to them, to their earning forecast, to their recommendation, and they're the one that jumping on earning calls, and they have a big impact. Okay, but we really don't know too much about how they interact with firm environmental practices. And that's actually what we're going to try to do today. There is actually another literature that I'll just mention in 1 second that actually take analysts' view and saying analysts actually represent the market as a whole. If that's correct, then what we're going to look here may be not only about what analysts think, but maybe what the market as a whole sort of thinks. So we are going to examine analysts' perspective, belief, and action regarding corporate environmental practices. So how are we going to do that? This what took actually a lot of time sort of to do. First, we do a large-scale survey. We were able to get responses from over 500 sell-side analysts, actually 550, but some of them were sort of invalid in China. And from these many questions we gave them, we can actually extract their belief and their viewpoint. Now, one of the unique features of this paper that we didn't stop here, but instead of just looking at the survey, we also look at over 250,000 sell-side analysts' research report and see what they write. Okay, and with the help of technology of LLM, we're able actually to extract not only what they say in the survey, but what they really think and write to their customers about the environment, about sort of their belief sort of on this issue. And more than that, we're also able to relate what they write also to the earning forecast and recommendations, so we really can see the materiality of the environmental knowledge that they've gained. And then we have some other standard database that we're going to look at earnings and stuff like this just as control. Okay, so what are the main research questions that we're able to answer here? The first one we're going to ask is how frequently do analysts engage in environmental issues? Is this something that is important or is it not important? It happens only occasionally. Do we see that a given analyst is doing it consistently through time, or it's something that is going to do sort of one-off time? The second thing is the issue of value versus value. What do you mean by value versus values? Value is just really the present value of cash flow, or the value of the company, versus values, which many are talking about now, which mean that actually we incorporate into our preferences not only the financial aspect, but also other aspects, for example, the environment. So do analysts care about value, or do they care about values? If they care about values, that's a whole different ballgame. So let's see sort of what they're saying and what we can extract from their report. Do analysts champion sustainability for profit or for principle? And we're going to sort of explore that. And that another aspect that actually is not talked about a lot in the literature, but we find it to be very interesting and dominant, is the issue of how do analysts view the environmental issues, the climate change issues? Do they see it only as risk? And clearly at the macro level, climate change is risk. There is no doubt about that. But even if you have it at the macro level as risk, it can be that for specific companies, it's not risk, but opportunities. Just look at how many startups. There are thousands of startups around the world that sort of are about the environment and climate change. It's all because, at least in practice, sort of some of the practitioners and the VCs and the PE are looking at that, and manager of company, and see opportunity and not only risk. So we're going also to try to examine how do analysts look at it, risk or opportunity. And this issue of risk and opportunity also is going to be reflected afterwards, probably, okay, that's what we're going to look. Is this just they're just talking the talk, or is this also being reflected afterwards in their earning forecast and recommendation? And last, what do analysts believe drive firm to improve their environmental practice? Okay, here we really ask them, what do you think? You know the firm as well as anyone, if not better. Okay, you know the firm inside and out, the firm that you're following. What do you think from your conversation with the CEO, with the PR, with the CFO, with the head of marketing, etc.? What do you think will affect firm the most in terms of the environmental practice? Okay, so I have here a short amount of time, so I'm going to summarize sort of those findings. The first one is that analysts' environmental coverage. Analysts devote significant attention to the environmental topics. Now, how do I know it's significant attention? I know it's significant attention because of a few aspects. First, over a quarter of the analyst report contain discussion about environmental practices. To put this in perspective, okay, one of the hottest issues that we're talking about is AI, artificial intelligence. Only 16% of the report contain a discussion of AI. And if you talk about cyber risk, only 4% of the report contain discussion of cyber risk. So relatively speaking, this is really something that is important. Of course, discussion of financial performance dominates, and exactly in the way that it should be. And you see this sort of in this chart, sort of the environment, 25%, 16%, and 4%. So this is something that is sort of important. Also in the survey, we see that 80% of respondents report that they pay moderate to high attention sort of to the mental practice. Okay, this is the first one. So it's important to pay attention. Okay, what's the second one? The second is value versus values. So again, we have two levers here, right? One is the survey, another one is the analyst report. And we can say unambiguously, given the result, that analysts primarily adopt value-oriented rather than values-oriented approach to environmental issues. So you see here in the survey, we ask them, do you do it because of principle, because you believe in it, or when do you comment about sort of environmental practice? And you see that almost 50% of them say we do it only when affect firm value. Okay, only. The question was about, we said there, only when affect firm value. Okay, only a minority of saying that we are going to comment on the environment even when it does not affect cash flow, or even when it affects cash flow negatively. So it's really mainly about value. They are, and this is not bad, by the way. This is not a judgment call about their morals. It's just saying they care about cash flow and value. Same thing also the report. Okay, if we look at the report, and the report will really extract the sentence, and we see the content and the context of the sentence. And the context of the sentence, which, by the way, we checked over 20,000 sentences manually, okay, just to make sure that the LL. And we see that almost 70%, okay, almost 70% of the cases where climate change and environment are being mentioned, it is in the context of value and not of values. Okay, so it's a ratio of 1 to 5. Okay, so in both of the methods that are completely independent, we got sort of similar, very strong result. Okay, not only this, we see that analysts who write more about the externalities in a year are likely to continue to do it in the future. Okay, so it's not like analysts are doing it one-off. This is sort of within industry, but what we see that analysts that in year T-1, let's say in this year, are writing about sort of environmental practice or about climate change are likely to stay and be dominant also 5 years down the road in terms of, you see, 66% of them, even 5 years down the road, still talk about it. So this is a persistent behavior, even within industry. This is all industry adjusted. Third finding, risk versus opportunities. Analysts view environmental practice not only as risk, okay, but in fact, they view it more and discuss more as opportunities, especially in green technology transitions. Okay, so we see that they care a lot, and you see it in the survey. 44% are saying we view it both as risk and opportunity. Okay, they're not stupid, they understand there are also risks that associate with it. But they're saying that actually 26% saying they are view it more as opportunity than of risk. And the results are kind of similar also in the report. Okay, when they extract from the report how they view it, you see that sort of, you know, even a bigger portion view it just as an opportunity. One thing that is interesting that I want to mention, even though it's not on the slide, one of the things that, you know, we were suspecting, maybe this behavior is because they want to cater only to SOE, to government-owned companies. That's not the case. Okay, we took all the SOEs out and we find exactly the same results. So that's not because of some bias of trying to be nice to government officials. For academic, it may be surprising because there are hardly any academic papers speaking about opportunities, but for practitioner, should not be that surprising. Here is Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, now actually Prime Minister of Canada, that's saying, talking about this sort of potential change, the greatest commercial opportunity of our time. And Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, saying historic investment opportunity, talking about the climate change. Okay, so for practitioners, what I just showed you, those charts, will not make them fall off their chairs. Key source of environmental opportunities, okay, and what we see how it's right for when divided to brown industries and to green industries. You see that for brown industry, the green technology transition is the dominant one. And actually interesting, and you'll see it later also, if you look at the investors, okay, this institutional investor preference and employees preference, it's pretty low down the list of the totem pole of what is really important. Green industries, we have the regulation subsidies, not surprising. Green technology transition as well. Consumer preference is sort of very important, and demand for adaptation of products. Okay, fourth finding, how all this environmental attention and attitude and way of thinking, how will this affect earnings and recommendation? So we do see that analysts incorporate assessment of environmental risk and opportunity both into the earning forecast and the recommendations. Okay, when analysts discuss more environmental risk, we see that they tend to issue lower earning forecast. Okay, so when I'm pessimistic about the impact of the environment of the company, I'm issuing lower earning forecast for the 3 month, for the 6 month, for the year ahead, and less favorable recommendations. Okay, when I discuss more of the environmental opportunities, the opposite happen, and actually my earning forecast and recommendation are more optimistic. Okay, only discussion of environmental risk and opportunities are significantly associated with firm subsequent and actual financial performance. Okay, this is a different statement than that one. Okay, because this one is saying, we have here Sophie that is a great analyst and she's optimistic, so she will issue a greater earning forecast. Here it's saying that in the aggregate, if all of us, 50 analysts that follow a specific company, if in the aggregate we are more optimistic, in fact, we see that the earnings of this company sort of is going to go up. So there is correlation with actual financial performance as a signal. And here you see it sort of in a regression. Basically, if you look at the sort of coefficient, you see that the percent of environmental opportunity sentences today are positively related to the financial performance in 3 years out. Interestingly, the biggest correlation is with the third year. Why this is interesting? Because if you think about environmental opportunities, a lot of time this is associated with larger capex, capital expenditure, okay, which materialize more in the in the future. Lastly, the analyst's view of influential factors. Okay, this is, I think, another very interesting aspect of how they view what impact the firms. Okay, now regulation policies, again, for me, this is pretty intuitive. Okay, there is nothing stronger than regulation. Someone is telling you cannot drive any more fuel vehicle. You cannot drive fuel vehicle. You have to drive electric vehicle, period. Okay, so of course, this will have a big impact. Okay, but you see here that actually pressure for public and media pressure is coming up very high. Okay, this is not something that was recognized that much in the in the literature. Okay, what was actually in the literature, and you see here that it's not really significant. Investor and institutional investor and creditors demand does not, at least according to analyst perception, that's not what moving the dial. Firm intrinsic preference or the manager also not much, and employee preference is very, very little. You may think, well, maybe this is unique to China, but in fact, if you dig into the study that look elsewhere, you see that at least for investors and for consumers, the economic impact that they have on firm behavior is really minimal. Okay, so this is not like something we say it happens only in China, doesn't happen anywhere else. Okay, the most influential force, as I said, is driving firm environmental practice or regulation, public media, and limited impact for investor and employee. Let's summarize in 1 minute of what we've actually learned here. Analysts primarily adopt value-oriented rather than values-oriented approach to environmental issues. They care about the value of the firm. Okay, this is in fact their job. Interestingly, whether the value-oriented or values-oriented also depend on the orientation of the brokerage house they work. Brokerage houses that are more oriented toward values, we see also analysts tend to work more about values. So they also respond to incentives. Analysts emphasize opportunities associated with environmental factors, particularly in transition to green technologies. Analysts identify regulation and public media scrutiny as the most influential factor that drive firm environmental practice, whereas investors, employees, and analysts themselves, okay, they're very honest. They're saying also, we as analysts, we don't have much impact. Analysts pay significant attention to environmental topic, and this is also reflected in their recommendation and earning forecast. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Haley, for his contribution. And now we warmly welcome our next live presenter, which is Professor Jeffrey Ng. He's the Hong Kong Jockey Club Professor in Accounting, Area Director of Accounting and Law, Associate Director of the HKU Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute, and he's here to share his work.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I realize that I'm the speaker standing between you and between lunch and my speech. Okay, anyway. So the title of my speech is Sustainability Disclosure. Okay? And the agenda for my speech is as follows. First, I will talk about sustainability in general. Then I'll move on to, great. I'm not used to standing behind the podium when I teach. Okay, so I prefer to stand closer to the audience. Okay, anyway, so the agenda for my speech is as follows. First, I'll talk about sustainability in general. Then I'll be talking about sustainability disclosure. And now I'll discuss a little about my research on sustainability disclosure. Now, sustainability is often mentioned together with ESG. So we have heard this term environmental, social, and governance. And the term ESG first came to prominence in a 2004 report titled Who Cares Wins, which was a joint initiative of financial institutions at the invitation of the United Nations. Now, let's look at the title, Who Cares Wins. So this kind of reminds us of what Ronnie said earlier on about value orientation. The keyword here is wins, correct? Caring can lead to a winning formula. I'll talk a bit more about this later on, okay? So ESG is essentially a framework used to assess an organization's business practices and performance on 3 dimensions: environmental, social, and governance. Okay. Then there's this issue. Is there something missing from ESG? So I read an interesting article that discussed about this concept called ESG. And they said something like this. There is something missing from ESG. And what is missing from ESG is this thing called economics. Okay? So then this article proposed this concept called economics, environmental, social, and governance. And in fact, these days, there are some books that are written on this concept called sustainability, which means that for sustainability to be sustainable, economics must be taken into account. There needs to be some value orientation. We cannot just be talking about values. We also need to be talking about value. Okay? Moving on. So what is sustainability then? So sustainability means the ability to support and continue a process over time. So this is basically the dictionary definition of sustainability. When it comes to talking about sustainability from the perspective of ESG, okay, so we can use a definition used by the United Nations. Sustainability, So sustainability is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So you can think of this definition as being at the country level. What about being at the firm level or the corporate level? So corporate sustainability encompasses the business practices that keeps a business going and perpetuate its success. And then there's this idea that companies that focus on ESG in their business practices will be successful. They will be able to generate economic value for shareholders. Remember what I said just now? Who cares wins. So the basic idea behind this whole ESG movement is that when companies pay attention to ESG, they will win because they'll be able to generate economic value for various stakeholders, including shareholders. Okay? And then when companies focus on ESG, they also contribute to a healthier planet and society. That's the nice world that these ESG people have painted. But of course, there's always this concern whether there could be excessive ESG that reduces economic value. Okay, there was some discussion about this by the earlier speakers as well. Now, moving on. Okay, I finished talking about sustainability. Okay, I've also talked a bit about sustainability. I'll move on to talk about sustainability disclosure. So sustainability disclosure is essentially disclosure about sustainability. So such disclosure can be voluntary or mandatory. So in the past, there were no sustainability disclosure standards. In other words, sustainability disclosure was not mandated. Okay? In recent years, there has been some mandates on companies to disclose about their sustainability performance. So there's this European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and basically, for this standard, okay, basically, there are some companies, basically companies headquartered in the EU or those with significant operations in the US have to provide sustainability reporting according to this European Sustainability Reporting Standards, okay? And then this European Sustainability Reporting Standards takes what they call a double materiality view, which means that companies have to report on how they affect the broader society in terms of the impacts on people and environment. And then companies also have to report on how the broader society, how the social and environmental issues create financial risks and opportunities for the company. Now, let me emphasize this point about risks and opportunities. Earlier on, my colleague Ronnie talked about risks and opportunities as well, right? So from a company's perspective, risks and opportunities are important, okay? So like what Ronnie mentioned just now, if there are a lot of risks, then firm value might go down. But if there are a lot of opportunities, firm value might go up. So when it comes to sustainability reporting, companies are supposed to talk about both risks and opportunities to the company. Okay, so this is the double materiality perspective of the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. Okay, so basically, according to these reporting standards, there are three components: ESG, so environment, social, and governance. Now, moving on. So then there is this thing called International Financial Reporting Standards, or IFRS. Okay, so IFRS originally deals with just financial reporting, but because of the opportunities related to sustainability reporting, IFRS has extended their scope to sustainability reporting. So they basically formed this entity known as the International Sustainability Standards Board that came up with two sustainability reporting standards, IFRS S1 and S2. So basically, right, this IFRS sustainability reporting standards is a combination of existing standards and frameworks. So the top shows existing standards and frameworks that were used to develop the IFRS sustainability reporting standards. Now, basically under IFRS S1 and S2, okay, companies are supposed to report on sustainability reporting issues, sustainability issues along the lines of, again, ESG. Now, however, right, what happened so far is that there are reporting standards, general reporting standards that's under IFRS S1, and there are reporting standards that are specific to climate-related disclosures. Okay, so this will be under IFRS S2. And how does all these reporting standards affect Hong Kong? Okay, basically Hong Kong has adopted IFRS S1 and S2. Now, I'll move on to talk about my research related to sustainability disclosures. Remember my agenda? I said I'll talk about sustainability, then I'll move on to talking about sustainability disclosure, and now I'm going to talk about sustainability disclosure research. Okay, so in my research, I make use of the US insurance industry. Okay, so as you might be aware, the insurance industry is largely affected by climate risk issues in both its underwriting operations as well as its investment operations. So what do insurance companies do? Basically, they collect insurance premiums from people like you. Okay, and then what they do is they invest the insurance premiums. Okay, so there are basically two essential aspects of insurance operations, underwriting and investments. Okay, and it is easy to see how underwriting operations can be affected by climate risk issues, right? Properties get damaged by hurricanes, insurance companies have to provide compensation for damaged properties. So you can see that basically from an underwriting perspective, okay, climate risk does provide both risk and opportunities for insurance companies. Now, then I mentioned just now that insurance companies invest the premiums they collect, right? So they can invest in a whole bunch of investments, bonds, securities, so on and so forth. And so their investments can also be affected by climate risk considerations in the sense that they could choose to invest in brown companies or green companies. Okay? Now, so for my research, what I make use of is a regulation by this National Association of Insurance Commissioners, NAIC. So the US insurance industry is regulated at the state level. So there is a regulator in New York, there's a regulator in Washington, so on and so forth, okay? So NAIC is an association of state insurance regulators that coordinates regulations and across states. And so in 2010, what happened was that this NAIC adopted this climate risk disclosure survey. Okay, so what happens is that this survey is sent out to insurers to ask them some questions relating to how they factor climate risk into their mitigation, risk management, and investment plans. So you can see the questions over here on the other side of the screen. Okay, a total of 8 questions are asked to these insurers about issues that I've just mentioned. Okay, so this is the adoption pattern by the different states when it comes to this climate risk disclosure survey. So as you might expect, okay, California is very ESG friendly, and so California was the first state that adopted this climate risk disclosure survey. Then later, other states followed, okay? And then what you see over there is this thing called nationwide direct premium requirement. So initially, this survey was targeted at the larger insurers. Then over time, the threshold was reduced, meaning that smaller insurers also had to participate, were mandated to participate in this climate risk disclosure survey. Okay, so this is a response by Zurich American Insurance Company. As you can see over here, there are pretty long responses. I will not bother reading the responses, no point in also spoiling your eyesight, so I'll just move on Okay. Now, so why do I want to conduct a study on mandated climate risk disclosure? So climate risk plays an increasingly important part of firms' operations and financial decisions, and many jurisdictions are mandating climate risk disclosure. So I mentioned about the European Financial Sustainability Reporting Standards, and then there's this international financial reporting standards relating to sustainability reporting. I also said that Hong Kong has adopted IFRS S1 and S2, which means that Hong Kong companies will have to provide sustainability disclosures. Will have to. It's not a choice anymore. Okay, and they would also, given that Hong Kong has adopted IFRS S2, they also have to provide pretty detailed climate risk related disclosures. Okay, so one thing interesting that happened in the United States was the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, okay, proposed rules to try to enhance climate risk disclosures. But then what happened is that this movement or this proposed regulation has come to a halt because of lawsuits filed by companies. So one thing interesting to note about the United States is that they have this constitution, and the First Amendment is known as freedom of speech. Apparently, with freedom of speech comes freedom of non-speech. Okay, you can say what you want. You also cannot force me to say what I don't want to say. Okay, so basically this freedom of non-speech. So a lot of these lawsuits are based on this idea that companies should not be forced to disclose things that they do not want to disclose. And so as a result of that, the SEC had in 2024, okay, decided to wait for the courts to decide on this issue of freedom of non-speech before proceeding with mandating climate risk disclosures. And then we know what happened recently, right? Or maybe last year, right? Trump came into power. So we, at least in the near future, there isn't likely to be a mandate on climate risk disclosure. Okay? So now, moving on. Okay, so climate risk disclosure is important. Let us just agree on this point, right? That's why my research is important, right? Okay, so then basically, right, okay, the insurance industry is a front runner when it comes to mandated climate risk disclosure, right? I said they mandated this climate risk disclosure survey. So basically, this is a statement by this Washington's insurance commissioner when the SEC was thinking about climate risk disclosure mandates. Okay, so this was a letter. This was part of a letter written to the SEC chairperson at that point in time. So basically, this letter states something like this: for 12 years, my fellow state insurance regulators and I have been requiring the largest insurers operating in the United States to report annually on the financial implications of climate change to their businesses, risks and opportunities. The insurers had to disclose such things. Okay, as the SEC considers putting rules in place regarding public company disclosure of risks related to climate change, I encourage you to review the experience that US insurance regulators have already garnered with the insurance industry, given our decade-long disclosure requirements along the lines that the SEC is now contemplating. Okay, so it seems like it's a good setting to study issues related to climate change. So now I'm going to move on to 3 papers I've worked on that uses this setting. I'll be brief, okay, because there's lunch. Okay, so what are the main findings? First, okay, we study how this climate risk disclosure survey affects the investments of the insurance companies. Okay, so what we find is that with the launch of this climate risk disclosure survey, the insurers that are affected by this survey reduce their investments in fossil fuel firms. Okay, they seem to reduce their investment in brown firms. Okay, and then what we also find is that, okay, when the insurers are more proactive in considering climate risk in their investment decisions based on their responses to the survey, they reduce their fossil fuel firm investments even more. Okay, and then just now, Ronnie was talking about the importance of public pressure, regulatory pressure in driving change. So what we find is that the climate risk disclosure survey's positive effect on divestment is more pronounced when insurance stakeholders pay more attention to climate risk issues, and when peer insurers are more environmentally friendly, are more environmentally responsible in their practices. Okay. Now, what might be the most important when it comes to this debate about value versus values is that we actually find that this reduction in fossil fuel investments is actually harmful to the investment returns of the insurers in the sense that their investment returns are lower. So it seems that these insurers that are being affected by the survey are doing something good for society. They are reducing their investments in fossil fuel firms. Investments in fossil fuel firms. But in the process, they are losing something. They are losing some investment returns. And this can be something important for the insurance regulator to consider when thinking of more climate-related regulations. Moving on, okay? So this is a graph that basically shows the reduction in fossil fuel firm investments by insurers that are affected by the climate risk disclosure survey. Moving on, okay? Then we study how it affects the insurers and underwriting business. So we have a pretty cool title in this paper. We say, talk more, learn more, okay? Normally we tell people to talk less, learn more, right? But apparently the title of this paper is talk more, learn more. So what do we find in this paper? So we find that the affected insurers, okay, the insurers affected by the climate risk disclosure survey actually experience an improvement in their underwriting business in the form of more insurance sales. So it seems that this survey is allowing insurance companies, the affected insurance companies, to learn about potential opportunities that they can make use of due to climate risk because they are forced to disclose. And so basically, right, we find that affected insurers expanded their business as a consequence of their increase in the knowledge of climate risk-related insurance opportunities which are induced by the climate risk disclosure survey. And we find that this effect is stronger for insurers that appear to be more proactive in their response. And one thing we also find in this paper is that the effect is also stronger when peer insurers talk more. So it seems as if the focal insurer is learning from what peer insurers have to say when it comes to dealing with underwriting-related opportunities in the climate risk disclosure survey. Now, so basically, this is a graph that shows improvement in insurance sales for insurers that are affected by the climate risk disclosure survey. Finally, we look at how the insurers can affect the investment investees. Like I mentioned earlier on, insurers invest in firms. So the question then is, do firms' behavior change as a result of investments by the affected insurers? So basically in this study, okay, what we study is the carbon emissions of the investees of the insurers. Okay, so what we find in this paper is that the carbon emissions of investees reduce after the climate risk disclosure survey. So it seems as if the affected insurers are putting pressure on investees to cut carbon emissions. Okay, so this is a graph that shows what happens. So we look at carbon emissions from two perspectives: the total amount of carbon emissions as well as carbon emission intensity. And what we find is that after the launch of this climate risk disclosure survey, the investees of the affected insurers reduce their carbon emissions. Okay, so just to summarize, I have 3 papers using this setting that looks at the impact of climate risk disclosures, mandated climate risk disclosures. We find that it helps insurers improve their underwriting business. It makes the insurers more environmentally friendly in their investments at a certain cost. And we also find that it makes the investees of the insurance companies more climate friendly in terms of reducing carbon emissions. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my speech.
Thank you, Professor Ng. And that concludes this morning's presentations, and please be seated. Thank you once again. Now, everyone, please note that our final presenter in this series with Professor Uta Schoenberg, the Hong Kong Jockey Club professor in economics, chair of economics, affiliate of the Institute, will be the first session this afternoon. So everyone, please do come back on time after coming back from lunch. Now, with that, we have our lunch break right now where refreshments will be served right outside the theater. So everyone, please do feel free to grab a bite and to network. And just a kind reminder that the afternoon session will begin at 1:55 p.m. and it will feature a series of highly anticipated discussions where you do not want to miss. So everyone, please do come back on time. And some of the topics include that of a keynote research presentation by our Hong Kong Jockey Club professor, Professor Uta Schoenberg, as I just mentioned, and also some more insightful sessions on AI and sustainability and a critical look at the future of ESG. Now, we strongly encourage everyone to stay, to network, and to engage in the conversations. And this is a perfect opportunity for everyone to connect to our distinguished speakers and our fellow attendees. And of course, please don't forget that there are social media channels. So please do capture and please do tag us of the repost of today's social media posts. And you can see the hashtag that's at the top, HKU Sustain Forum. And additionally, we do have real-time photo sharing platform where you can view and you can download some of the photos instantly. Please do scan the QR code that is in front of you and enter the platform to enjoy the photos. Now, everyone, as I mentioned, 1:55, everyone please do regroup here then, and everyone enjoy the lunch. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch and got to network a little bit, made some new friends. Okay, that's good. All right, so I just want to introduce the next session that we have, and we are extremely honored to commence this afternoon session with a research presentation by Professor Uta Schoenberg, who's in front of me, Business School. Now, today we're especially grateful because we have her joining us today, and I know that you just landed this morning, right? So thank you very much. Everyone, let's put our hands together for her, as we are truly honored by her gracious effort to join us today. And I will hand the stage over to you. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much to the HKU Jockey Club and also for giving me the opportunity here to present my work. So indeed, I landed this morning from Frankfurt, so I do feel a little bit jet-lagged, but I'm nevertheless very excited to tell you what my work is about. In fact, I am the odd one out among the four endowed professors. So by that I mean my research is in fact quite different from that of the other three, which I think is the reason why I'm presenting after lunch and not together with the other three. All right, so I'm a labor economist, and as a labor economist, I try to understand how the labor market functions. So in the labor market, we have firms. Firms make decisions, many decisions, including how many workers to hire, what types of workers to hire, how much to invest in capital, whether to adopt green or brown technology, etc. Then we also have workers, and workers also make lots of decisions on their education, how much labor to supply, and which occupation to work, etc. Then in the background in the labor, and these institutions tend to differ widely across countries. So the country where I am from, Germany, and that's also the country where I have done most of my research so far, for example, has a well-functioning apprenticeship system that still educates about 60% of school leavers. And then we have public policies that influence the labor market by impacting firms' decisions and workers' decisions. So public policies would include a minimum wage or taxation of profits or payroll taxes. And if these public policies are very large, they might even impact the institutions. And then we have shocks that in part can be controlled by public policy, but also happen to some extent out of our control. So let me highlight some developments. So we have globalization and trade technological advancements, immigration, and I should also mention climate change here. Yeah, so these shocks, including climate change, directly impact firms and workers' decisions. And of course, there's also an interaction between public policies and these shocks. So any policies designed to combat climate change will have also consequences on the labor market. So what I then try to do in my research, I want to understand how firms and workers respond to public policies and shocks. Yeah, so shocks like immigration, technological advancements, including AI, they create, without doubt, lots of opportunities. They might also create challenges. So there might be some workers who benefit, but there could also be workers who are left behind and who lose. So really what I try to do is to identify who are the workers who benefit and who are the workers who lose. And why is this important? Well, it really helps us to design policy and to target exactly those who lose. And that really also helps us to ensure that growth is equitable and also sustainable. Yeah, so what I want to talk a little bit more about is immigration and how immigration has shaped the labor market. And I do this in the context of Germany. Yeah, just to give you a little bit of background, in Germany, migration started in the late 1950s and was to ease labor market shortages. And it started with the guest worker program. And immigrants, well, they were asked to come to the country to work. The idea was that they will return later on. So that did not happen. Most of these original guest workers actually stayed in the country. They have shaped Germany as a country and also the German labor market in many ways. According to the 2011 census, now almost 30% of the German population has a migration background. And it's fair to say that Germany by now is a migration country. Yeah, so this picture illustrates that. This is the good old times in 2014 when Germany won the Football World Cup in Brazil. Migration is a very controversial topic, also politically. All over in Europe, we see the rise of populist parties. These parties tend to be very anti-immigration, which is exactly why it is so important to understand what immigration is doing to the labor market. And I will focus here on one particular impact of immigration. That's the impact of immigration on employment. And what I really want to emphasize here is that the impact of immigration can be very different depending on whether we look at places or whether we look at people. Yeah, so in terms of places, we can ask, so there are lots of, so imagine immigrants coming into a particular area. How is employment in the area affected? Yeah, or how does immigration affect the places, the region? That is different from the impact of immigration on people. Yeah, so now imagine all the people who lived in a particular area before the immigration shock happened. And now we can start to trace out what's happening to these people over time as the immigrants come in. Yeah, so why is the impact of places and people, why can it be different? Precisely because of migration. Because workers, people may actually move away. So I'm going to illustrate this now in one particular example. So in this example, there was a large influx of Czech workers into the German border region after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Yeah, so here you have a map of Germany. So the Berlin Wall fell, Iron Curtain fell in 1989. And so up until that point, there was a very closed border, both within Germany, but also between West Germany and Czech Republic. Once the Berlin Wall fell, this border opened up. And there was a policy in 1990 that allowed Czech workers to actually seek employment in this border region, which I have highlighted here in blue. Yeah, and the incentives for the Czech workers were really enormous to do so, because wages in the Czech Republic were literally a third or so of the wages in Germany, massive differences. So that is a setting that is very nice for labor economists to study, because here we have a natural experiment. Yeah, so we have a situation where one particular region experienced an immigration shock for arguably exogenous reasons, not because the economy was generally doing very well. Yeah, so overall, this policy increased the employment share of Czech workers by about 3 percentage points. Yeah, so in 1989, there were basically no Czech workers employed anywhere in Germany. By 1992, 3% of employed workers in the border regions were of Czech origin. So now we can ask, well, what is actually happening to native employment, the Germans, the employment of the Germans in these regions? And here you see, so here we're comparing the border region with comparable regions that did not experience an influx of immigrants. Yeah, so here you can see that our border region and our control regions experienced a very similar employment growth in the 1980s, leading up to the policy. But then the border is opened, the Czech workers come in, and native employment in the border region actually starts to strongly decline. Yeah, so this is what I call the impact of immigration on places. Yeah, here, native employment. Yeah, but does this actually mean that immigrants take away the jobs of the natives? So this is phrased in a very provocative way. More scientifically, what I mean, does this mean, so now consider that all those who were employed in the border region in 1989, before the Czech workers entered. Yeah, and now we are asking, what is happening to their employment prospects? Do they actually now lose their jobs because the Czech workers come in? Yeah, that's what I call the impact of immigration on people. So if we look at that, there's basically no effect. Yeah, so these native Germans, so the Germans, they did not lose their jobs if they were employed as Czech workers come in. So here you really have a case where the impact of immigration on place is very different from the impact of immigration on people. So what explains this difference? So why does regional employment adjust so strongly? So it adjusts because people no longer move into this region. Yeah? So the firms no longer hire German workers to the same extent. So I also want to highlight here that this distinction between people and places is not only important when we talk about immigration shocks, but more generally when we talk about local shocks. So think about the local shocks that Solomon talked about in his keynote. So just a natural disaster, a hurricane. Yeah? So this hurricane might have devastating impacts on the region, on the place. But if we are optimistic, perhaps the effects are not quite as bad for the people, if the people have the opportunity to actually move away. Yeah? And immigration is, of course, also one way to adapt to climate change. So in terms of outlook, so far most of my research has focused on Germany, my home country, also other European countries. Now, after my move to HKU from University College London, I'm really also very interested and very excited to explore and study labor markets in Asia. This includes the Chinese labor market, but also Japan and South Korea. And in terms of immigration, both South Korea and Japan are actually quite fascinating. Yeah, so they kept their labor markets quite close. So there were if we look at 10, 15 years ago, there were very few people with immigration background living in these countries. More recently, why have they opened up? Because of labor shortages and because both Japan and South Korea are aging. And now China, of course, is a country that traditionally has lost people. There is net emigration. And in fact, the Chinese are now by far the largest immigrant group, especially in Japan. So I actually see many parallels to Germany's early experiences, thinking back to the 1960s. So because also the South Korea and Japan started with something like a guest worker program. And what I intend to do, or one thing I intend to explore, is really how these immigrants in South Korea and Japan are rating, and how are they influencing and reshaping the Japanese and the South Korean economy and labor markets. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Schoenberg. And that was a wonderful presentation, given you just got off the plane this morning. Thank you. That's true economic dedication. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, following Professor Schoenberg's insightful research presentation, now we have the distinct pleasure of welcoming from the forefront of global development. Now, this will be addressed by Mr. James George, who's the Deputy Resident Representative of the Nations Development Program that is in China. Although he is not able to join us today, he has graciously prepared a video for this forum. So please direct your attention to the screen with me.
Distinguished colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you virtually for the 2025 Sustainability. I truly wish I could be there in person to benefit from the insight of such an important gathering, one that brings together scholars, policymakers, and business leaders shaping the future of sustainability. Let me begin by thanking the Hong Kong and the Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute for hosting this discussion and inviting my views on how artificial intelligence can drive a more sustainable world. I'm honored to share this platform with such a distinguished group of speakers whose insights will certainly continue to push the global conversation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, before I share my views on artificial intelligence, allow me to set the global context of where we stand on issues of sustainable development. 2025 marks several important milestones. 80 years ago, out of the ashes of the Second World War, the United Nations was created to prevent future wars, promote peace, and foster global cooperation for sustainable development. This year also commemorates 60 years since the establishment of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, which I'm attached to. 2025 also marks 10 years since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by all at the United Nations office in New York. I will refer to the 2030 Agenda as the global my remarks today. As all of you are aware, the 2030 Agenda is a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. It also seeks to strengthen universal peace and larger freedoms. It recognizes that eradicating poverty in all of its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, is the greatest global challenge for humanity and an indispensable requirement for sustainable development. It embodies a resolve to free the human race from the tyranny of poverty and want, and to heal and secure a planet which is in crisis. It outlined bold and transformative steps which are urgently needed to shift onto a sustainable and resilient path. It also pledged that no one will be left behind. The key is that with all the technical knowledge we possess, the powers of technology and innovation, ground-level, regional, and national commitments, policies, and strategies, we are still far away from the vision that the globe envisioned a decade ago. Ladies and gentlemen, in July this year, the Sustainable Development Goals report 10th annual stocktaking of global progress towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With the 2030 deadline only 5 years away, the report delivers a very stark assessment. The Sustainable Development Goals have no doubt improved the lives of millions of people, but the current pace of change is insufficient to fully achieve all the goals by 2030. On the positive side, the report revealed real things that have been achieved during the past decade. Since 2015, the world has made notable strides in expanding access to education and improving maternal and child health. Effective prevention efforts have also reduced the burden of infectious diseases. Access to electricity has grown and achieved 92% in 2023. This is a remarkable achievement, up from 84% in 2010. With the numbers of people without electricity dropping to 666.4 million people, renewable energy is now the fastest rising source of power worldwide. Internet connectivity has also increased by 70%, opening up new horizons. Yet, most importantly for our discussion today, progress has been fragile and unequal. The reality is only 35% of the SDGs are on track or making moderate progress, and nearly half are moving too slowly, and alarmingly, 18% are in reverse. In 2025, an estimated 808 million people will continue to be living in extreme poverty, up from a previous estimate of 677 million, representing 1 in 10 people. Carbon dioxide levels are at its highest in over 2 million years, and 2024, as all of us know, was the hottest year on record, surpassing the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. Meanwhile, debt servicing costs in low and middle income countries reached a record $1.4 trillion, squeezing resources needed for sustainable development. This is the reality that we have. Escalating conflicts, climate chaos, rising inequalities, and the soaring debt servicing costs are holding back further advancements. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 report, however, does cite one point that I would like to share today. We have the opportunity to close the digital divide and ensure that technology, including artificial intelligence, is harnessed inclusively and responsibly to advance sustainable development for everyone. To examine this more closely, allow me to unpack two correlated data points: internet access and telecommunication connectivity. Firstly, internet use continues to grow. This is positive, but universal connectivity remains elusive. In 2024, 5.5 billion people were online, representing 68% of the world population. However, only one-third of the global population, which is 2.6 billion people, still remain offline. Global internet use has grown from 40% in 2015 to 68% in 2024 and continues to move forward. However, when we look at least developed countries or landlocked developing countries, internet use stands at just 35 and 39% respectively. Now, when we start looking at the gender divide, globally, 70% of men were online compared to 65% of women. Second, let's look at connectivity. Although 5G coverage has expanded to 51% of the global population in 2024, just 5 years since the commercial launch in 2019,
progress continues to be uneven. 84% of people in high-income countries have access to 5G, which is excellent. Coverage, however, is only 4% in low-income countries. Now, where 5G technology is unavailable, in low-income countries, 4G remains an opportunity. However, it only reached 52% of the population. This sets the backdrop of our topic today, which is presenting both challenges and opportunities. As challenging as that picture I have just described might be, I do believe that these challenges will be overcome and progress of humanity will accelerate. Without discarding the dystopian views of Aldous Huxley in his book Brave New World in 1931 on how the technology in the future, if not adequately governed or misused, can enslave humanity, allow me to share two perspectives. I truly do believe that emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence, AI, offer us a powerful lever to accelerate human development, from improving education and healthcare to advancing green transitions and inclusive public services. It is without a doubt that AI has become an integral part of our daily lives, especially in developed economies. From personalized navigation that reduces commute time and recommendation systems that help people find information, to smart home devices that optimizes energy use, and digital assistants that support learning and communications, AI is pervasive. If leveraged in the right way, AI offers immense potential to accelerate human development, enabling us to do things better and faster. Now, imagine this: smarter energy grids powered by AI that anticipates peaks and integrates renewable energy. Precision agriculture that helps farmers adapt to changing weather patterns. Healthcare systems where machine learning supports early diagnosis in rural, remote communities without access to doctors. Or urban planning that models low carbon transitions. This is the future we want to live in. In each case, AI moves beyond convenience to become a true force for sustainability, tackling some of the most pressing challenges of our time. However, for AI to be a force for good, we must use it responsibly and ensure its benefits reaches everyone. Without inclusive governance for AI, it can deepen inequality. So how far and fast can we adopt AI for global adoption? The reality is the digital divide remains stark. 1/3 of humanity, as I just mentioned, is still offline. Only 2% of the world's data centers are located in Africa, and just 5% of AI innovators there have computing powers they need. Imagine this. In many low-income countries, students leave their laptops running for days just to train a basic model. High-quality local data are scarce, expensive and often imported, which means AI systems can end up reflecting foreign realities rather than local needs. The reality is there is a clear AI divide between countries and, most importantly, also within countries. In Asia and the Pacific, advanced economies such as China, Republic of Korea, and Singapore are racing ahead in AI, while others, including a number of countries in our region, continue to struggle with the basic connectivity, power, and basic digital skills. Regardless of the wealth of economies, ladies and gentlemen, within countries, large urban firms are moving very fast, while small enterprises and rural communities continue to risk of being left behind. This uneven landscape creates three critical risks: unequal ability to capture AI gains, unequal capacity to cushion job displacement, and uneven timing of benefits across geography, gender, and class. Addressing this requires dual investment, building hard infrastructure like connectivity and data centers, while strengthening soft capacities urgently on skills, governance, and institution. Inclusion must be intentional by design. Ladies and gentlemen, last year at the United Nations Summit of the Future, world leaders adopted the Pact for the Future, a once-in-a-generation commitment to rebuild trust in global cooperation. Central to this pact is the Global Digital Compact. Now, I'd like to share with you some perspectives on that. The Global Digital Compact sets principles to ensure digital tools, such as including AI, are developed and deployed for the common good. It aims to connect everyone to the internet, safeguarding human rights online, and establishing international standards for AI governance, and fostering, most importantly, global cooperation in digital technologies, among others. At UNDP, our network across 170 countries, we know managing AI's opportunities and risks demands international cooperation. Turning commitments into actions means aligning innovation with human development at its center. Focusing only on what AI can do, but on who benefits, who decides, and who is left behind. UNDP, in collaboration with our sister UN agencies globally, are already bridging the AI equity gap. Since 2021, we supported over 120 countries in digital transformation, with more than 1,300 projects in 2024 alone. In over 50 countries, UNDP country offices are supporting governments in developing digital readiness assessments to help them identify gaps and opportunities, while our AI hub for sustainable development is strengthening data systems, green computing, talent, and enabling ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, the local language accelerators that we have developed have shown us that ensuring the inclusion of 40 million speakers of low-resource languages, which are languages with limited digital resources, including the lack of large data sets for AI training and development, is critical. But there is more to be done. For our conversation today and moving forward, we must continue to ask these questions. Who sets the algorithm? Whose data is being used? Who gains and who is marginalized? What rules governs the use of public and private data? AI system mirrors the societies that builds them. If the data access and management are unequal, the outcomes will be too. That is why inclusive data governance, where data are treated as public goods and all voices are represented, lies at the core of the UNDP approach. Across the globe, we have seen remarkable progress aligning technology with sustainability. From e-commerce promoting inclusive to AI-driven environmental monitoring and green industrial transformation, we are seeing through our UNDP projects how digitalization and AI can support SDG progress. We have seen it work for good. For UNDP in China, across the country, we have worked with partners to establish 6 innovation labs over the last 3 years to foster innovation and localize KSDs. While these labs focus broadly on sustainable development and policy experimentation, we've also discovered and worked together with partners about how many of these can support digital capacities, strengthening data systems, analytical skills, and technology use, thereby laying the groundwork for AI-driven solutions to advance an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable economic growth. By connecting governments, academia, and the private sector, the UNDP labs are helping local communities explore how digital tools can enhance environmental monitoring, resource optimization, and SDG implementation, truly demonstrating how innovation platforms can drive AI adoption and broader digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, the stakes could not be higher. The 2030 deadline is fast approaching. The world must deliver on the SDGs amid accelerating climate crisis, rising inequalities, and growing geopolitical complexities. AI can help us make that leap. but only if we are guided by strong principles and inclusive governance. The coming decade will define not only how we use technology, but the kind of future we want to build with it and leave for our future generation. The Pact for the Future reminds us that digital transformation is not just a technological project. It is a social contract, embedding sustainability, equity, and human dignity at its core. Let us ensure that AI becomes a bridge to a better world, not a barrier. Let us align innovation with intention and progress with purpose. Let us work together and harness the power of AI to address the most pressing development challenges of our time. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful conference ahead. 谢谢.
Thank you, Mr. James George. That was a very insightful opening that will set the tone for what is to happen later on today. And of course, this is the stage for the critical topic of AI and sustainability, which we're preparing for right now. Now, building directly upon these ideas, we're now actually transitioning into a very pivotal part of today's forum, the roundtable dialogue that is dedicated to AI for sustainability. Now, before we invite our distinguished panelists to board the stage, allow me to briefly underscore why this conversation is so urgent. Why is it so pressing? In that we're at a unique moment in history, facing immense sustainability challenges on one hand, while on the other hand, possessing the transformative power of AI on the other. Now, the crucial question is that we hear all the time is, how do we harness this powerful force and direct it towards solving the most pressing planetary and societal challenges? It's not just a technological opportunity, it's actually a collective responsibility. Now, AI for sustainability, it's all about strategically aligning our greatest technological lever with our most important human goal, which is securing a viable and equitable future. Now, it is the opportunity to deep dive into this vital intersection that is between these topics, and we have gathered a brilliant group of thought leaders at this roundtable. So for this session, it will be moderated by Ms. Bernice Yu, Head of Operations of the HKU Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute. So can I please have you board this stage first? Please join me. And make yourself comfortable on stage. Now, following the introduction, our panelists for the dialogue are Dr. Ivan Poon, core member at Climate Change AI, also known as CAI. Ms. Rong Shang, Director, Public Affairs and Communications of Zhongguancun Academy and Zhongguancun Institute of Artificial Intelligence, also known as ZGCAI. Professor Dawei Wang, Assistant Professor, HKU Business School. And last but not least, we have Ms. Jingwen He, Project Lead, Tencent Research Institute. Everyone, please get comfortable, and I will hand it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Hi, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's my tremendous pleasure to be moderating today's roundtable. How are we doing after lunch? Are we all energized and pumped up? That's great. Well, it's a continuation of the discussion we heard just now around AI for sustainability. And I guess, let's get real to ourselves that, nowadays there is no conference that is actually called a conference without mentioning the topic of AI. But depending on who you ask, AI is either a planet saver or a job killer. And as I read, also fresh off his Nobel Prize win, what we call the godfather of AI, Professor Geoffrey Hinton, has warned that we could face massive unemployment and growing inequality, even as productivity and efficiency of people might soar. So I guess let me just cue our tech folks at the back to start set up the first poll question. While I would like to just share maybe a small piece of research that we have recently done. So instead of giving us more free time, what we found is AI is making our work days longer than anticipated, and that cutting into our downtime, especially since tools like ChatGPT has arrived. So the question is AI truly making our lives better, or is it just creating new kinds of stress? And in this session, we will be digging into some of those discussion. But before we start, engaging our panelists here, just also wanted to maybe hear from our audience. What do you think about the question? So if you can just pull out your phone, scan the QR code, and enter the poll. Or go to www.menti.com and enter the code that's showing on the screen to enter the poll. That would be great. And we look forward to hearing your thoughts on the question. So I will just, give a couple of seconds for all of us to get in. Are we on? I think so. I see some nods here and there. Yes, I guess we are in. Okay, so the first question for the audience here. What is your dominant feeling about AI's role in solving the sustainability crisis? I see some votes coming in. A, being hopeful, it is our most powerful new tool. B, skeptical, not sure about that. Hype outweighs the real world benefits. C, I'm a bit concerned the environmental and social costs are way too high. D, it's a bit early to tell. So we're seeing, the votes are coming in, and I guess for most of the group here, we find that it's quite hopeful. It's our most powerful new tool. I guess, we're using AI on a day-to-day basis, and maybe that's the reason why we're, having that thought, followed by, well, probably a little bit too early to tell, not quite sure what the impact is going to be like. And some of you have shown some concern about, the cost of AI being too high, especially to the environment and social cost. All right, well, I'm just going to take a snapshot here. So it seems like there's a tie between, well, not really a tie now. Okay, majority of you think it's hopeful. Is our most powerful new tool. Right, okay. Well, thank you for the contribution. So let's move on to our first topic, and we have a great group of panelists here, and I guess just riding on the question just now, I would like to start it off with David. What is your answer to that poll question? And based on maybe referencing some of the latest research that you have done.
First of all, thank you for the great introduction, and thank HKU and the Hong Kong Jockey Club for organizing this very exciting event. So to answer your question, I want to first address the elephant in the room, right? So we are talking about AI for sustainability. The word is very important, right? If we remove the for, is AI and sustainability, then the elephant in the room is AI sustainable, right? And recently on the news, we have seen a lot of saying about AI bubble coming, right? And the bubble is gonna burst. So I think talking about AI for sustainability is very important, but in the short term, I think a lot of people, including me, the question is AI sustainable? Are we gonna ride over this bubble, or is this actually going to be applied into the real life, right? So in the short term, I think my answer to that is the AI bubble. There is certainly some excitement or over-optimism, but I'm telling my students, right, I teach AI to undergrads all the way to EMBAs, and one of the things I tell students is that the real application of AI is in the areas that we cannot see, right? The one, like AI changing faces, right? AI animating us and helping us to dance in the videos. Those are not the real applications. The real applications are actually in the areas that we cannot see. And the other thing that I'm revealing too much, right? You guys need to come to my classroom to hear all this. But the other thing that I tell my students is that now the AI, it's large language models, right? But large language model, right? Language to us, right, is all about spoken language, right? English, French, blah, blah, blah. But actually,
the language that AI can speak the best, programming language. So large language model, real application is in automating codes, automating a lot of background business functions that we do not see with our eyes, the consumers do not see. So in terms of the short run, there is definitely over-optimism, but I believe that AI will be applied, still a lot of potential that's yet to be realized. So that's my two cents, the short-term sustainability of AI. So overcoming all these and assuming we can really start to automate all these business functions and utilizing large language models' incredible ability to write codes, speak the programming language, translate our spoken words into all the different programming languages for us and automating a lot of the business functions. I think a lot of things AI can do in terms of solving the sustainability issue, okay? So in the long run, I believe that ESG, right, the environmental, social, and governance area, I think in environment, okay, we can automate a lot of things, like for example, the energy crisis, right? AI is already being applied to smart homes, to grids, right? Optimizing the distribution and the storage of energy. Okay, I'm already working with some companies to see how they're applying it and how much energy they can actually save on the grid. Social area, you mentioned a little bit, right? AI will replace jobs, right? Will displace people. But in my research, we actually done a very interesting work, which is collaborating. I know your background is in HR management. Collaborated with a company, their HR team, and we automated the CV screening stage. Instead of replacing the HR managers actually very happy, right? They have AI because the CV screening stage is at the most tedious, most boring, most tiring one. You have thousands of CV and only a few HR managers filter out thousands of CVs, right? That's the most painful job. But the actual fun job is in interviewing, right? Getting to know the people. So the CV screening stage, we help apply it, and we reach very, very high accuracy in terms of the CV screening stage. So the HR manager is very happy with us. And the other benefit to it is when we talk social issues, right, is AI creating biases, right? AI having biases. But in this case, we actually use AI and control the AI and increase diversity in the hiring. So we can actually control the kind of demographic group we want to target more, right, to increase demographic diversity in it. So in the end, we reach high, and we also were able to increase diversity, and the HR managers are all very happy with us. So I think there are ways to use AI to solve social issues as well. And the third one is in governance. So governance, I think we first need to know the cost and the risk to AI. So before we can come up with the right policies to regulate AI, right? So a lot of my work in the classroom as well as in my research is in really collaborating with companies and taking my undergrad to EMBA students to the real AI applications and getting them to get their hands dirty and to actually visit those companies and work with those companies, invite the companies to my class to discuss about the ways where AI can be applied and the ways where cost may outweigh the benefit or the benefit outweigh the cost, or there may be hidden risk involved. So I think it's a very exciting time. So overall, to sum up, I'm very hopeful for the future, but of course, my feeling should be cautiously optimistic. Yes. So thank you.
Well, thank you, David. I think that's great insight in terms of, and I like that the fact that you're also bringing a lot of application examples into your sharing. If I may move on to Ivan, I know your work bridges, similar to what David has been doing, bridges, some of the researches in your AI lab into real world applications. So, in your opinion, have you seen anything that really really impresses you, transformative in a sense, and what kind of impact has that led to the society?
Yeah, thank you very much. So a little bit introduction. So I'm an urban sustainability researcher, and I'm also serving as a core member of Climate Change AI, which is a global NGO that has around 13,000 members globally. And we try to connect the AI researchers, policymakers, industry stakeholders to accelerate climate actions. We have annual summer school, also webinars, and we have climate change workshops at the 3 AI flagship conferences, the NeurIPS, ICLR, and ICLM. So we would like to build the community and also do knowledge sharing as well. So for the question, actually, the previous presenter actually covered quite a lot already, but still I'm going to give an overview of what AI can do for sustainability. Not AI and sustainability. So first of all, AI can extract actionable information. So can do clustering, can reveal patterns with a massive unstructured data set, analyzing satellite imagery, detect deforestation, and AI can also improve predictions. For me, urban sustainability, we like to use AI to do energy modeling to predict the energy consumption, the solar energy integrations, and also for power grid as well. And thirdly is optimizing complex systems. So optimization is also one big category for AI, and it can do reducing or I won't say reduce, but optimizing building energy use, transport networks, and so on and so forth. And lastly is discovery, scientific discovery, material selection, using AI to do material selections and all sorts of that. This is a very a kind of brief summary for what AI can do for sustainability. And that is and for different domains like energy systems, AI can help forecasting demand, transport and logistics. It can actually do traffic optimization. Agriculture, it can understand the carbon content in soil, and also to predict the crop yields using AI. And of course, I need to mention in climate science, the Professor Ng this morning also mentioned about the climate risk assessment as well. And finally is finance and policy as well, all the the data, the tracking, the disclosure. So finally, I would like to conclude similar to the previous speakers that AI is very powerful too, but it is also not a silver bullet. So a lot of times, for example, people would say whether we can just use AI to do the monitoring and verification process for carbon credits, or my view is still we need to combine AI and also all the experiment to do the verification process. So AI is a powerful tool, but it is not a silver bullet.
Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, so cautiously optimistic, I think, has been a consistent theme throughout the discussion so far. Moving then on to Jingwen. So you're from the Tencent Research Institute. So Tencent mission and vision, it's very famous. Tech for good is part of your mission vision statement. And I would believe, your research institute as the backbone of the company, and based on your observation and experience in the team as well. Well, can you just tell us a little bit more what does the Tencent Research Institute does, and perhaps quote some really commercialized examples, since I think you guys have done a great job in commercialize some of the researches that you guys have done to directly to consumers. So would you be able to share a little bit of insights around that as well?
Okay, thank you, Bernice, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jingwen from Tencent Research Institute, and I'm going to say I'm a Gen Z and a digital native, so I guess I'm among the group who felt hopeful for the AI use, but I still think it's too early to tell, I guess. And yeah, and I'm very interested in human-centered AI, how human AI collaboration can empower people to grow and thrive. And please allow me to first introduce my institute. Actually, we are the Tencent think tank for social science research, and leveraging our diverse data, products, and real-world cases, we are exploring some key cases and issues that are shaping the digital economy and I guess the internet industry. And our research has three key aspects, three key areas, which are the frontier law and policy, the digital society, and I guess the industrial economics. And I come from the third one. I would say I really enjoy working with my team. It's usually very hard to find a job that brings together meaningfulness, impact, and stability, but this one does. So I'm going to share with you some of our initiatives, which I have been working on recently, I guess. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's called AI Corpus for Good. Since we know that high-quality data sets are essential for training a good AI model, however, when it comes to vulnerable groups, such as the disabled, the elderly people, left behind children, and women in low-resource areas, I think the data related to them is quite limited. So as a result, we can see the AI products built for them can't really get their needs. So this would cause a phenomenon in the AI age, which is the most invisible people in society are becoming even more invisible in the AI age. So that's why we are trying to launch this initiative in August 2024. All we are doing is like Mr. James George said, is digital inclusion. We wanted to bring those people to AI site as well as the public site. And so we decided to, I guess, build an AI for good corpus by co-creation. And first, we need to find the real and common questions in elderly people's daily lives. And second, we co-created the answers with professionals with years of experience in elderly care. And all these things are done by social co-creation voluntarily. And we really appreciate that. Our co-creators come from social organizations. They are social workers, volunteers, doctors, psychological counselors, and maybe researchers in universities. And we finally attracted about 100 social organizations to join. They range from the peers, the elderly peers who acted as the friends, to the young students. And finally, we got and received about 8,000 Q&A pairs. We collected the data in the form of Q&A, which is a really mainstream form of corpus nowadays. And you can see contain about 7,000 single-turn Q&As and about 1,000 multi-turn Q&As, depending on the complexity of the question. And another good news is we didn't stop here, because we also invited the elderly themselves to write Q&As for themselves, because no one can represent them better, actually. And we recruited a social co-creation group of the elderly, and it was a 100% social co-creation the elderly. And finally, we collected another 1,140 pairs of Q&As from them. And I'm really proud of that because we were trying to challenge the stereotype that the technology only belongs to the young. We are trying to, prove that the agent to technology is no longer a disadvantage. Instead, it can be an asset because the decades of lived experience and emotional knowledge, we would say, of the elderly people, that is the most, needed corpus and data for the current AI. So, and from the very beginning, we decided to make corpus open and free because we find that a lot of social nonprofit organizations are trying to, develop their own AI products to empower their services, but they lack the technical support and capacity. So I'm very glad to share with you that our Q&A AI for Good corpus is now publicly available on the elderly theme. And if you work in this area and are interested in conducting research or developing related AI products on the elderly care, just feel free to scan the code and apply for our corpus and resources. Yeah, and another another thing I want to share is that we will keep our attention on the vulnerable groups. We are doing the AI for Children's Good project this year, and we are going to do the project on disadvantaged women next year. So if you work in these areas, we would really appreciate if you can join our co-creation and give us some advice. And so finally, I want to just cut it short. Tech for Good, from my own experience, it means the value of AI is not only measured by its upper limits, but it's also, its lower bound about how many people it can bring along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jing. Yes, some great sharing again. Let me just quickly move on then to Shengrong. So Shengrong, tell us a little bit of your work at Zhongguancun, as well as your drawing your experience. With Microsoft, I learned that you have been with Microsoft for 30 years? Or 19 years, sorry. Yeah, 19 years of experience in Microsoft. I'm sure you guys have done tremendous work in this space as well. So the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Bernice. And I feel truly privileged to be able to join this very meaningful conversation in Hong Kong U. So I have been spent my entire career with high-tech industry, 19 years with Microsoft and 8 years with Cisco Systems. So following Wang, Professor Davis' comments about the AI bubble. So actually, as a survivor of internet bubble, so I think, back to 2000, the Cisco turns out to be the first corporation exceed I think it's 500,000, 500 billion US dollar market cap as the first corporation. Now today we see NVIDIA already exceed 1 E, now it's $5 trillion, right? $5 trillion, and Microsoft itself also passed 4 trillion US dollars market cap. So we will see massive development driven by technology innovation. So I feel very fortunate, to be able to experienced the huge society and economic transformation driven by technologies over the years, from internet, mobile internet, and AI. So according to my experience, I'm very optimistic about the future of AI, whether or not there is a bubble or not, but definitely we are at the new dawn of welcoming AI era, so it will be transformative to every individuals. So I was the old generation, so in front of the audience with so many AI natives, so I think I get lots of inspiration and confidence about the future. So I was very new to this academy and the institute we call National AI Institute and Academy. So the mission for the institute is called cultivate future leaders. So I think should be quite shared purpose and the mission with Hong Kong U and all the future leaders in the audience. So I will very quickly share. So I was for both AI and sustainability. I think I was certified by my experience with Microsoft and Cisco. So this my new job was only with this new job for a couple of months, so I will use a lot of my example and experience with Microsoft. So I will quickly share a mission video.
How do we empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more?
It starts with one.
From one employee to a team, collaborating with another team.
From one partner to their customers, to their customers' customers.
Your passion, your ingenuity,
Your hard work.
Supporting inclusive opportunity.
protecting fundamental rights,
committing to a sustainable future,
earning trust,
For our society.
our economy, our world.
That's the impact. That's the impact.
That's the impact each of us can have.
That's our collective opportunity.
empowering 8 billion people,
We're entering a new era of AI,
where we will be able to build as fast as our imagination,
where creativity will have no constraints.
And we can focus on the big picture.
Together, we can ensure these benefits reach
Every country, every industry,
And every individual.
When we empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more,
We empower the world.
So actually, we listen so many very interesting and insightful presentations and lectures, and this morning and in the afternoon about the labor economy. So actually, sustainability represents many dimensions. So I think I believe AI is not just for sustainability. AI maybe is part of the sustainable solutions in my personal view. So I think Jingwen just mentioned about human-focused AI. At Microsoft, we also put human, prioritize humans' best interests over AI. So I think we believe AI plus human intelligence equal to super intelligence. So we are focused more on humanistic of the super intelligence. So we'll share some more examples with the audience in the following discussions.
Well, thank you very much, Shengrong, for the sharing, and thank you for providing your insights. I think, Julie, as a group, we feel quite optimistic about, AI's capability and how it helps with sustainability. Well, maybe just to quickly, as a quick wrap up for this particular topic, Professor Did Wang, do you have any thoughts in terms of, well, yes, we have been doing a lot of great things, with AI in space of sustainability. Based on your academic research and studies, what is, your next big thing that you felt will is something that we should be, be focused on?
Okay. Thank you. That's a great question, and I really learned a lot from the discussions. And by the way, you mentioned that you are the older generation, but you don't look old. I couldn't tell. So something that we are working on right now. So just want to share. So this is something that I've recently put together. So it's my very own lab. It's called Human Artificial Intelligence Lab. The reason why I created this name is because we are focusing on research, simply comparing human and artificial intelligence. Because before artificial intelligence was here, we were all using our human brain, right? Human cell, raw human intelligence to solve problems. But now with AI, we can also solve problems. But as the previous speakers all mentioned, okay, we put human first. So we have the human before the artificial, right? That's one of the exciting things. The other exciting thing is I want to put our introduction cover here because this is very special to us. This picture, I believe, speaks 1,000 words. I literally put almost 1,000 hours into this picture. This is drawn by myself. So this is not generated by AI. So I drew this, I hand drew this, and then after that, I scanned it into the computer, and then use Adobe Illustrator to trace it out and then to apply the grades and the coloring. So this picture really symbolized the future for me. So explain a little bit about this picture. So this picture, the background is actually a window, okay? So to fit the cover, the lab introduction, we have to trim away the frames of the window, but it's actually a window. And this window symbolizes the imagination, right? The future is really full of possibilities with AI. So I have a window of imagination as the background. And then in the middle of, obviously, we have a bust of an AI. So this era, we're focusing on the AI, right? But just focusing on the AI is not enough. We need human and AI collaboration. And in order to achieve human and AI collaboration, we must first know the baselines for human intelligence and AI intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence. And right now, we are actually unclear about the capabilities of, in terms of, for example, creativity, in terms of logical reasoning, in terms of how we can summarize stuff, right? Obviously, we all now we already have, our intuition is telling us, okay, AI is really good at summarizing, but do you know if AI is better in terms of creativity or worse than human than creativity, right? This is not an open question. I just did a research on this. So to not give you guys spoiler, I won't reveal too much of my own research. It's coming out. So obviously, we want to know more about how we collaborate with AI, right? So I put the human geniuses surrounding the AI because this is going to be an era where human work together, okay? And then the flowers and the plants, okay? It's a little dark here, but on the cover, they are actually a web, right? A network. And it symbolizes deep neural network because AI is based on deep neural network. So how do we collaborate together, link human and AI together? How do we design the deep neural network? That's the plants. That's why, that's how I created this image. So I hope our lab just started. We have 10 really good students here. I hope in the future to do more research in the area and to collaborate with more companies and to answer more of these. Thank you.
Wow, that's great. I mean, we look forward to hearing more about your work and for corporates to collaborate. Please feel free to look for it, David. We look forward to your next artwork as well. Draw something. Draw more. You have impressive artistry there. Well, yes. Well, we have talked a lot about a possibility, and future to us seems unlimited in some ways. But as what we asked in the beginning of this forum is, apart from being hopeful, there is also a sense of cautiousness that we have to keep in mind. Well, just referencing some of my previous experience in human capital and resources, I think a lot of HR professionals out there are very willing to explore the possibility of AI, say, for instance, using them as, an answering robot or an, handling employee inquiries. But then the more they're, adopting certain technologies, the more they're concerned about, anything that's related to compliance. Are they answering, authentic and true information in response to those employee inquiry? Real quick, in our next session, we would like to explore just a little bit more around the pitfall or concern around AI, and how do we as a team navigate around that. And so for the tech team back there, if I can just pull out the other poll question for the audience to react to, that would be great. Yes, again, go back to the same poll and express your views on what is your greatest concern about using AI for sustainability. A, the hidden cost. AI's own energy and resource consumption could be big. Unreliable outcomes result based on bias or poor quality data. C, a distraction tool, greenwashing and masking deeper problems that we may not have noticed. Or concentrated power. Are we in control over solutions held by just a few large entities? So if all of you are in, please cast your votes and tell us what you think about the question. Are we seeing some answers coming in already? Oh, we cannot see the question yet? Oh, is it a wrong QR code? Is it is it the previous one? Because a couple of you guys have seemed to, or you can just join at menti.com and use a code shown at the very top of the screen, 87063789. I'm just gonna give you guys a few more seconds to get in. We're all very tech savvy, so I'm sure you'll be fine. All right, so yep, answers are coming in. Concentrated power, control over solutions held by a few large entities. And second to that is unreliable outcome. Not sure about the data of the quality. Are we using the right data to make decisions? Well, it seems like we do have a majority group of the audience who felt more concerned about the concentrated power. All right, well, thank you for providing us your feedback. And for the next couple of minutes, we would like to maybe perhaps deep dive, some of these concerned areas with our panelists here. If I may start with you, Ivan. So while we're on this topic, we're often, reminded on AI's environmental bill, consumption of energy, or issues around just garbage in, garbage out. With a person like yourself working with so much data on a day-to-day basis, have you seen any of these happening in your work? And how should we balance this cost-benefit equation?
Yeah, so divide into like the energy consumption part and the data part. So for the energy consumption part, actually it's not only energy consumption, but it's more like how to use AI responsibly. So the previous, the speaker already mentioned some of the, key things related to social and governance. And for the energy, it is kind of like complicated at the moment, actually, because how can you tell it is actually the AI is really used for sustainability, and how much energy is consumed. And some AI algorithm uses less energy and some actually uses more. Of course, the rule of thumb is like I won't encourage people to generate like a cartoon-like pictures or like or having a Korea drama kind of like a snowy background like kind of pictures. But so I would actually refer people to check the international energy agencies. Like they recently published a report called Energy and AI, and also Climate Change AI. We published a report on like about all the applications of AI in sustainability as well. So it did mention about a very good framework on how to assess the environmental impact or how to use AI responsibly, and what are the key areas that consume like energy if you use AI. So I would like to recommend you to go to those two reports for that. And for the data part, I guess like there are two things. One is like whether the data is sufficient, whether the data is reliable, accessible or not. And currently, like Climate Change AI is like supported by Google DeepMind. There's a project called the Data Gap. What's the name? I guess it's called the Data Gap Analysis, like Data Gap Project. So we are trying to ask like people to contribute the data, and like there will be some reviewers to check whether the data is accessible, whether it is sufficient, or actually there is a lot of noise or whatever in different sustainability domains. And funny enough, sometimes actually I recently got like approached by an NGO that holds really good like soil quality data. And the problem of them is like they do not have like AI researchers to like to help them to analyze the data or like do anything with them. So it is actually not only like there's insufficiency of data, but sometimes it's also like some traditional organizations, they may have the data, but they do not want to give to fully utilize it. So this is like there's some kind of gaps there. And secondly, as a researcher, I feel like there's also a mindset gap about the model. So as a researcher, sometimes I mean it's really hard for me to define, oh, this is like garbage in, garbage out. But instead, it's like whether we understand like whether the methodology is robust, whether your algorithm is reliable, transparent, or like more explainable. But I see like the two mindset between like the disciplines. Like the computer scientists would sometimes like to like oversimplify the model, and then when you ask them, they would say like, oh, because the data fits the model. And on the other hand, like some sustainability researchers will start to apply like AI algorithms. They may not able to tune the hyperparameters or like or just compare the algorithms without like having a very good like benchmark or like performance criteria is being set. So this kind of mindset gap, or if we can I see that in the recent years, we're actually narrowing the gap. People are like more aware how to use the AI like algorithms properly. But if we can narrow the gap, it also can reduce the problem for that as well.
Well, thank you, Ivan. I would like to direct the next question to Shengrong. Well, drawing from your experience in the CSR space, well, just now what Ivan mentioned, well, we may not have all the answers answered nowadays with how AI is going to have an impact to the topics that we mentioned just now. But then with your experience in Microsoft, for instance, and other technological companies, I believe as part of the CSR initiative, you guys have done quite a bit upfront already to address some of these anticipated risks, as I may put. So would you be able to share some of your past experience on that as well?
Yeah. Thank you, Bernice. I think this is a very important topic about AI in terms of responsible AI and also the AI governance. So actually, in this year, during Shanghai WAIC or World AI Conference, so actually we have the very first assembling of the AI governance committee from around of some of the international organizations and including China as well. So in Microsoft, we also set responsible AI as the very important principles with from six dimensions to how to make sure all the technology development will be set right boundaries and also with prudent reviews about all the knowledge available to the customer and to all the people around the world. So I think very recently we also noticed that there is some of the promise from all the large language model or some open platform like ChatGPT to will not give that like a medical advice and also legal related. So I think they are some of the new how to say boundaries or rules or for people to follow to make sure the technology will be developed on in the track of still centering around human well-being and also was people first kind of directions. So I will quickly share. It's not my So can the technical team help me to bring to my PPT? I will give them a few seconds. I will quickly. Actually, Microsoft launched an AI for Earth project for a couple of years. We already support globally. We support 700 global projects in more than 100 countries to help all those organizations, institute, and also NGOs in protect and monitoring biodiversity, forest, and also water resources. So I think these are some of the very interesting, development in how we fully leverage the technology to doing sustainability, right? So this morning, Professor also discussed sustainability, and also we I will mention about the energy consumption from especially for those AI giants. Actually, several years, 6 years ago, 2018, Microsoft have a trial project called Project Natic. We put the server and in the data center into the deep of the ocean to significantly reduce the energy consumption, electricity, and also very importantly, save a lot of cost in terms of maintenance for those equipments. So compare with put the equipment into the deep ocean. So both in efficiency and also productivity was huge improvement. So this was a very interesting example we want to share. So I will take this. Yeah.
We're living in a changed world. Advances in technology are dramatically reshaping how we live, work, and learn. And while there is great potential for technology to help address society's biggest issues, the pace of this change is also raising new challenges and amplifying existing inequities in our communities. Now more than ever, Microsoft recognizes its enormous responsibility and opportunity to ensure that the technology we create benefits everyone on the planet, as well as the planet itself. Now is the time for urgent action. Those of us that can do more should do more. But the challenges we face are complex, and no one company, industry, or country can solve them alone. Together, we can reimagine a better future.
To avoid the technical challenges, so I just get the video. Yeah, so first, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Well, in the interest of time, we would like to perhaps open our or switch focus a little bit, from discussing pitfalls into really looking forward to the future and what's possible in the future. So, well, let's put on our visionary hat and our brainstorming hat now. If we, all of us, all of the bliss, think about, what is possible in the future? And what is the next big gig on AI for sustainability that you personally feel it's, well, that is, definitely is going to be the big thing, or your organization is really working on? What would that be? If I can start with Jingwen, perhaps.
Okay, thank you, Bernice. And I'm going to say that if I have chance, I'm genuinely interested in exploring how AI can empower perimenopausal women, this group. And so does my team. We are all really passionate about it. We can find that actually it's not a novel idea to talk about women's menstrual health, because it has been a really heated topic, in China and maybe earlier in abroad, and even especially in today's stand-up comedy, we can find some new narratives are emerging, which are trying to break the stereotype and stigma related to period, and trying to beginning to celebrate the first period. But we are not just chasing the latest trend. We are trying to connect with the people who are truly in need. I'd like to say, similar to the menstrual period, talking about perimenopause also brings a sense of stigma for midlife women. And more importantly, there are a lot of misunderstandings related to them. For example, most people think it is only the period, a relatively short period after women have the last menstrual period. But actually, it's a relatively long transition phase that covers both the time before and after the last period. So, according to data, on average, women in China enter this stage around the age of 46, which is the age of my mother. And yeah, but according to new research, they can also have some early perimenopausal symptoms before this age, when they just enter 40 years old. So a lot of women during this period, they are diagnosed. They are misdiagnosed, and they can be questioned by their relatives and their families for being overreacting. And I started to notice this topic because of a very famous Chinese TV host who is called Li Jing. She experienced the perimenopausal hot flashes during a live stream broadcast, and it was quite terrible, and she felt helpless, even though with her fan and so much resources. And I will cut it short. We can find that women during this period, they all lack an emotional outlet and a source of professional information. So here's the thing, here's where AI can step in. And during this period, and we will collect high quality data sets to train AI how to be respectful and balanced when dealing with these problems. And so if you have experience in this field, just feel free to contact me, and I really look forward for your advice. And finally, I also want to call for more AI-powered applications for women during this stage, because there's also a way to connect with their family. AI can learn from their body experiences and adapt over time, help them to manage their health during the period. And their family members can also join as their supporters and have access to the accurate information so that they can support them better in real life. So I will stop here and thank you. I'm just keep talking about the society aspect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jingwen. So, well, I think we are, well, the time is up for our session, but thank you again for all the panelists, all the very great sharing. If any one of you are in particular interested in any of the topic or work that, our panelists are working on, please feel free to speak with them after the session. But yes, well, thank you again for being here with us, and we hope you all enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Bernice, for being our moderator. And thank you to all our panelists. Can I please invite everyone to take a step forward and take a photo before we leave the stage, just to make sure that we have a good photo going on here. What a wonderful discussion. And as just mentioned, if you feel free to elaborate more on this topic with our speakers, there's our break that is coming up. Just a great opportunity. All right, let's do one more photo. Perfect. Thank you very much. Everyone, let's take a short 20-minute break. Feel free to grab some refreshments outside, and everyone do come back in 20 minutes where we will have our next session. During the break, we do encourage you to follow our official WeChat and LinkedIn accounts to stay connected. Everyone, you can also scan the QR code. I believe that should be displayed on the screen shortly to access and download our event photos. Everyone, please do enjoy, and we'll reconvene in 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And for those of you who's coming in right now, please do take a seat as we are beginning right now. So we hope everyone had a refreshing break, and now we will begin our academic open mic. Now, this is a platform that is for emerging academics to share their innovative ideas and to contribute the fresh perspectives to the future of sustainability. Now, the format of these will go as follows. There's 10 minutes for each speaker, and if you would like to use up all 10, that's fine. And if not, you can use the remaining time for the Q&A. Now, to begin, it is with our great pleasure to introduce Professor Alan Kwan. Now, he's the Associate Professor of MF FinTech and Program Director at HKU Business School. So everyone, please welcome him on stage with me. Professor Kwan, please.
Yeah, thank you for spending your happy Friday afternoon with us. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about some preliminary work on my attempt to build an ESG indicator, which has been partially funded by the ESG Research Institute. So thank you so much for that. And so the idea is to use this phenomenon called intent data, which probably some of you, all of us use sort of our beneficiaries of every day, whether we know the term or not. So the basic motivation is that in sustainability, we're looking for different ways to measure social impact. And although not perfect, a lot of ESG indicators incorporate the basic concept of news. So for instance, RavenPack, a financial news product used by many funds, captures basically negative news against the firm, many of which are ESG issues. Rep risk, or for reputational risk, like short form for reputational risk, is also another product premised entirely on scanning regulatory documents and news for evidence of a firm's, I guess, controversial issues. And then, although not fully predicated on the news, other commercial ESG offerings such as Bloomberg, Refinitiv, Sustainalytics, all have some sort of news component. However, especially in the age of generative AI, when it becomes almost free to print an article, and social media, which makes it free to redistribute an article, there's basically a huge volume of news, right? And so is news coverage even meaningful? Because there's probably some pocket of the internet that covers some firm. And so, there's a saying, if a tree falls, is there anyone around to hear it? It's not so clear. And when we look at, for instance, newspapers, which are sort of, a relic of the past, we saw that if you look at newspapers, there's what's called the power law, only a handful of newspapers commanded the vast majority of attention in terms of circulation, and that problem sort of magnifies. So the problem is basically, we know news is valuable for capturing the sustainability performance or sort of general ESG performance of firms, but what news matters? And so the point of this project is to use this concept called intent data, which is a digital marketing phenomenon. So intent data is kind of a buzzword, but basically what it means is just identifying the intent of an actor based on what they read, such as like an online shopper reading about, a Rolex, might want to buy a Rolex. But we're going to apply this concept to ESG as follows. First, we're going to be able to measure what articles on the internet are read. So that tells you, okay, first of all, if there's lots of different news, some of which is ESG news coverage and some of which in a prominent outlet versus not, which articles matter, which issues are people paying attention to. We're going to go 2 steps further. The next step we're going to go is we're going to be able to map the actual reading to a firm. So you can say, oh, is it a firm reading or just someone random, like a retail investor, someone who basically in the world of ESG may or may not matter. If someone from BlackRock, which cares a lot about ESG, if they're reading, that might matter a little bit more than someone who is like a student or something. Sorry, that. And then finally, in the last 2 years, there's a new incremental innovation which allows you to map to an anonymized individual. So you can say something like, is this a decision maker at the firm? Okay, and or is this like an ESG professional or a buy-side investment analyst or something like that? So the way this works is that there are a couple of ways you can collect this data, but essentially it goes through the consent of publishers. How much time do I have left? Oh, okay, great. Basically, there are publishers that we don't see the whole internet, but if the publishers are part of an ad network or part of a consenting through a cooperative, they basically consent for a third party to collect anonymized aggregated information. So for instance, in this diagram, publisher C, which is not participating, we don't know what happens there, but publisher 1 and 2, or A and B, where they are participating, we can see what happens there. And then once you have that, you can try to map the user to a firm, and in some cases an individual, anonymized. And then basically you can classify what they read using whatever sort of algorithm you want, AI or otherwise. So this is completely made up, Mickey Mouse example. You'll see an anonymous user, AK at HKU, reading about how to, about ESG. But basically what you see here is what the data set roughly hypothetically looks like in terms of its structure. I have an anonymized user identifier mapped to a job title, right? Mapped to an IP address, and I know the article that they read. In this case, I picked a bunch of ESG sustainability professionals who are reading ESG related things. And in turn, what you could do is you could map them to ESG topics. The topics were made up by ChatGPT. I don't know, it's just, I asked ChatGPT to come up with an example for this presentation. But what I have in mind is assuming that I have a large corpus of firm mapped, individual mapped content, I can create a topic taxonomy. So for instance, these are some topics that I might want to create. I might want to create for ESG an environment topic, a labor topic, right? Social issue, a compliance topic, a data protection topic. I can come up with any topic that I want using a large language model, okay? And then what I can do is then I can say which firm is reading about it, and in turn, basically is a decision maker at the firm reading about it. And I'll tell you how I would apply this in a couple minutes. But this is from an earlier version of the data where here I don't actually observe the individual yet. Remember, this is an innovation in the last 2 years. But this is from some previous work that I've done, where what we had to do is validate this data. What we looked at was Larry Fink issuing a sustainability letter, basically saying climate risk is like investment risk. It was like a very famous letter. And what we're doing is we're looking at the reading activity of firms, publicly listed firms, where BlackRock has a big holding versus a small holding. And what you can see in the red lines is that there's a difference in the few days around the time of the letter for ESG issues, and to a lesser extent, labor issues for the red line relative to the blue line. And the argument is, if Larry Fink, if BlackRock is a really big investor, then it makes sense for you to pay attention to what BlackRock says. And you can see a noticeable divergence between firms that arguably should pay more attention to BlackRock, the ones where BlackRock has larger holdings. So, and then you see no effect for other issues governance and data protection because the letter, Larry Fink's letter, wasn't about that. So this should give you some visceral belief, right? Some visceral evidence that this might actually work, that we actually can capture some real, reasonable business-related work, business-related attention to important sustainability issues. So, this is my last slide. And so if anyone has any sort of, this is preliminary, it's like 200 terabytes of data that I'm still processing. And when I process it, it's very slow. So I don't have a prototype today, hopefully in the next few months. But this is basically where I think I'm going with this. So imagine that we could classify every article of relevance to ESG, right? So you have some sort of URL, you figure out the URLs from websites where you can capture maybe what a sustainability professional would pay attention to. And then you can classify, okay, within the firm, do they have a decision-making power or are they an ESG-related professional, okay? And then what we can do is we can say, all right, what are decision makers at publicly listed firms or what are investors might care about ESG paying attention to? And then what we can do is do a number of things. So, and if anyone has any ideas, let me know. But a simple one is to build an anomaly detection algorithm where a firm is reading about environment a certain amount every week, but all of a sudden there's a big jump. And so that might forecast really big changes in environmental policy, good or bad, at the firm, okay? Or you can just ask the simple question, there's so many news articles, let's look at what investors pay attention to. So if I all the ESG-related investment news, what do investors actually pay attention to? Is it sustainability? Which aspect of sustainability? Is it water? Is it carbon? Is it something else? Right, and that'll help us denoise which issues really matter. Right now, we're basically at the mercy of ratings organizations to decide what we should care about, but why not look at what investors care about based on what they pay attention to? Or we could look at what firms ESG-related professionals are paying attention to. This might be really important for firms thinking that they might have to manage their ESG reputation. So anyway, these are some preliminary ideas. Hopefully with more ESG Research Institute funding, I can process all of the content pretty soon. And then, I'll hopefully next time I'll have a prototype. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwon. Thank you for the sharing. And please be seated. Thank you. And next up, we are just as delighted to invite Professor Dawei Wang. He is an assistant professor of HKU Business School. So everyone, please give him a warm welcome as he boards the stage. All right, the stage is all yours.
Okay, hello everyone. So, hello again. I'm back on the stage. So today, let me share with you, just continuing off from what I shared in the previous panel, what we are doing in our human artificial intelligence lab. So one of the things that I think is very exciting right now is looking into the future, right? Into the future of education, looking into the future of how to ensure that us humans do not get replaced, right? So me as a professor in AU Business School, I think one of my most important job is to figure out how to train, right? How to train students to become better users of AI, how to help them develop this kind of skill for them to be sustainable in the future, right? So today I'm share a little bit about my research and teaching and a mini sort of small innovation that I did that combined basically my research and teaching together. And ultimately, I'm going to show you a platform that I developed. It's called Beat the Bot platform. So first of all, in case you missed the first panel discussion, I want to show you guys that, okay, I started off as a very unorthodox AI professor. I started off as an art student. And this is not generated by AI. Again, every time I show my artwork, I have to say it's not AI rated. So I painted this when I was 16 years old, when I was a high school student. But because my parents went to the business school, they said, oh, you have to go to the business school. As Asian, right? Having Asian parents, either you become a lawyer, doctor, or you become a banker, right? So I went to the business school. So I was an art student all along. This is the art painting that I did when I was a high school student. But following parents' footsteps, I went to the business school, and long story short, I ended up here in HKU Business School, right? But after I came to HKU Business School, AI basically exploded, and Sam Altman, the person behind this explosion of AI, said something that really caught my attention as a closet artist. He said LLMs will be able to do anything a person can do. So basically he's saying that, oh, AI can paint, AI can be creative, AI can replace creative people, okay? So me as a closet artist, I was a hidden artist, right? I didn't try to reveal my artistic self when I first came to HKU. I thought, hey, if AI can do everything a human can do, can AI replace creativity, right? So I came to HKU. One of the first research that I did was comparing human and AI in terms of creativity. And we collected a bunch of data. We collected about 10,000, close to 2,000 human data across the world, even including Africa, even including India, including remote places, Guizhou province in mainland China. We collected people's creativity. And we also we interacted with AI 400,000 times, okay? Different AI models, about 20 AI models from about 10 companies, different companies. And we did a large-scale comparison at HKU. And we found out that, hey, it's actually very different from what I thought. We thought large language models are actually just as close as humans on average in terms of creativity. So essentially what this is saying is that if you use large language models and write an essay, right? And you let me grade it, assuming I don't give you a fail because I saw that you use large language model, we'll simply get a B, okay, a B, an average score, okay? But if a class without using large language models and everyone just relied on their human intelligence, okay, the average score of the class will still be B, but there will be a lot of A+ students. Of course, there will be a lot of fail grade students because students, sometimes they're C, but some students, they really are motivated and put in a lot of work. So we can see that the variations of people is much more than the variations of large language models. Large language models typically will give you a B+ work, but humans will give you A+, right? You have the exceptionally creative people. Or on the other hand, you have the very unmotivated students, right? So this is actually a very profound knowledge or profound finding. And based on this finding, a lot of my teaching, a lot of my research, a lot of my frameworks that are used in guiding companies in adopting AI is actually built around this. So in my class, in my undergrad, all the way from undergrad class to my EMBA class, I have turned this into an actual platform where students come in, they can do this creativity exercise. After they do this creativity exercise, they use AI to do it. After they use AI to do it, they collaborate with the AI to do the same exercise, and then they do it in teams, and teams with the AI. So this platform is called Beat the Bot, and why I want to showcase it here is because I think this represents really the future of education. Because in the class, the students get to experience, right? Get to be creative, learn about innovation, and they also get to use AI to help them alongside or compare the capability of AI in terms of creativity. And I think this also represents the future of education and research because this platform is a simulation. It's a game, right? Students come in not just to listen to me lecture, but they also play a game alongside with the lecture. So it's very fun for the students. But for me, my hidden agenda when I when I created the platform is I want to get all the students. I teach 500 students each year at HKU. It's incredible data, right? I have a platform to actually collect the data, to keep the data, and to also be sustainable in terms of my own research, right? So this platform is already being, originally it was just for my own classroom, but now it's being used by other professors also in HKU. Also now it's being used in top cities, top business schools in the US, including Kellogg and including Maryland. So with that, I think I ended just on time. So, I'm sorry. So here is myself. If you want to follow my lab, if you want to follow me, you're welcome to follow my RedNote account. If you're interested in using this platform for your own classroom, use for your own research, you can also approach me. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wamp, and thank you for that sharing. Now comes our next speaker. Now, this is something that I want to put our hands together for once again. Please welcome Professor Maxime Couvert, Assistant Professor, HKU Business School.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all joining us today. So I would like to talk about a project which I'm currently working on, the artificially intelligent, the AI proxy advisor. So in other words, what I'm saying here is, can artificial intelligence help shareholders make better voting decisions when they have to vote at their portfolio firms? Can they use artificial intelligence to actually make better voting decisions? What kind of got me into this was actually a vote about Musk very recently. You might have followed that vote where shareholders had to approve the compensation package of about $1 trillion US. And that sounds crazy. So crazy that proxy advisors, which are firms that provide voting recommendations to help shareholders make better voting decisions, almost all of them recommended voting against that compensation package. They were arguing that it cost a lot of money to the firm. But on the other hand, just think about it. How do you motivate the richest man on earth? Well, shareholders actually supported the compensation package with over 80% of shareholders approving the package. And and following the vote, Tesla's stock price dropped by 8%. All right. Was that a good voting decision? Well, it's hard to say because these voting decisions are actually very complex. They may address many. For example, we could talk about reducing CO2 emissions, greenhouse gases at firms. It would be good from a sustainability point of view, but this is good from a shareholder value point of view. We can also talk about things such as reducing plastic, where shareholders would have to vote in favor of reducing plastic use, or animal welfare decisions. They may have positive value implications because if a firm does better with regards to animal welfare, new clients. At the same time, it might also be costlier for the firm to actually, I don't know, maybe stop using like testing in a pharmaceutical firm. So what would be the optimal vote in these cases? If we look at all of these decisions, it is actually very costly and very complex to decide what to vote because shareholders face every year, especially if you consider large institutional holders, such as the BlackRock, the Vanguard that we've already mentioned. These large institutional investors, they often have thousands of firms in their portfolios. And for each firm, they might have to vote 30 times. That means tens of thousands of decisions that they make. And the value implications of each of these decisions are not clear. We just looked at those. Is it clear whether or not prohibiting animal testing has a positive impact on firm value? I couldn't say. And might be good from one firm for another. These might not have linear implications. Finally, if we look at the work of proxy advisors, so to help shareholders make better voting recommendations, it's actually not clear that they are helping shareholders very much. And if we look at the voting decisions, we see that very often we have shareholders that vote in favor of, but we also see cases where they vote against good voting decisions. We also find this where shareholders vote in favor of value-destroying decisions, such as cases where you have proposals that have other purpose than just shareholder value. This could be proposals about, defending the interest of a labor union, for example, defending the interest of an NGO. Well, from a sustainability point of view, this might be very good. But from a financial point of view, the question that I have is, can AI help us make decisions that will be value improving, or at least help us understand when we want to make decisions that won't be value improving, but will be more sustainable? To do that, we collect information about thousands of votes from shareholder firms, about firm characteristics, whether it is financial characteristics, but also their ESG performance. Then we estimate a machine learning algorithm on all these votes from 2007 until 2020. And we try to identify what are the characteristics that make a proposal value enhancing. Using this model, we then predict on our sample between 2020 and 2024, we predict the market reaction for two possible outcomes. One outcome when the proposal passes and one where it fails. And so we can see what would be the predicted market reaction when a proposal passes and when the exact same proposal fails. And then we can decide what would be the optimal decision based on these predicted market reactions. So if we observe, for example, that the model predicted market reaction to a proposal success is higher than the predicted reaction for the same proposal in case of failure, then we can say that the optimal decision would be to vote in favor of that proposal. In contrast, if we find that the predicted reaction in case of success is smaller than the predicted reaction in case of failure, then we can say that our model recommends voting against the proposal. And then we want to test whether that makes sense in the data. To do this, we look at the market reaction in two situations. In one situation where we observe that shareholders actually voted like our AI model would have recommended. And then in the case where shareholder did not vote like our AI model recommended. And what we find is that we can actually generate quite large, about 1 to 1.5% difference in market reaction between the case where shareholders voted like our AI recommendations and the cases where shareholders voted in the other direction. And this also holds if we look at the close margin next to the majority threshold. The idea here is that if you are, suppose that you are at 49% or at 51%, well, it's kind of random ending up on one side or the other in terms of voting results. But the impact is that if you are at 51%, the proposal passes, while if you are at 49, it fails. So we look around these close margins, and we look here at the margin of 2.5%, 5%, etc., and we'll still find that even around this small margin, we are able to find that our model outperforms cases where shareholders do not vote like we predict. We then look at what would be the long-term impact. And so to do that, we just create two portfolios here. One where we have that shareholders voted like our AI model would have recommended, and one where shareholders actually voted in the other direction. And what we find is that even over several months, or the firms that our model predicted before even the vote to actually outperform does outperform. In addition to this, we run quite a few other tests. For example, we test whether our AI model does better than the proxy advisors. These are the firms I was saying were the ones that are actually paid to make these voting recommendations. And we don't find any impact. We also look at whether mixing the recommendations of the proxy advisors with the AI model, working AI plus proxy advisors, is able to beat our AI model. And it does not. In other words, these proxy advisors, they don't really bring any value. We then look at why shareholders vote suboptimally. And what we find, they vote suboptimally because they are much more likely to be management friendly than shareholder friendly. So they very often follow the management recommendation, which might end up in actually decreasing value. We do not find that they are, for example, voting suboptimally because they are trying to pursue some ESG agenda. We don't find that. We do a lot of other robustness tests, but overall, our results are quite consistent with AI being able to help shareholders making decisions that will be better for firm value. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that sharing, and please be seated. Now it comes to our other panel discussion for today, which we're going to be setting up right here as I speak. Now, there's a lot of cutting-edge ideas to process. Indeed, now recently the conversation around ESG has grown richer and actually more complex. Now we're hearing a symphony of different voices. There are thoughtful critiques about this implementation and the growing ideas, the growing areas of consensus on its core principles, and also the urgent calls for course corrections to ensure it delivers what it promises. Now, this moment of reflection is not only a sign of weakness, but also a sign of maturity. Now, it's a necessary step for us to strengthen the framework in the long term. Now, to help us navigate this very pivotal moment, we have specially convened a remarkable group of thought leaders, scholars, experts, and industry practitioners that are here to engage in a candid and also a very necessary discussion on precisely the 3 C's that they often refer to, which is critiques, the consensus, and the course corrections, as I just mentioned. Now, our aim is to move beyond the buzzwords and to dissect the challenges and to also identify the clear pathways that are going forward now. And we are very confident that this dialogue will provide clarity, challenge to our assumptions, and to offer actionable insights for all of us here today. Now, the roundtable here will be moderated by Ms. Hong Yu, Chief Reporter of Yicai, also known as Di Caijing in Hong Kong. Please join us on stage. And our panelists for the dialogue are Dr. Zhangrong Shi, the former founder, chairman, and chief executive officer of Suntech Power. Please join us on stage. Dr. Elonetz Egyi, Director, GRI ASEAN Network Global Reporting Initiative. Please join us. Mr. John Yuri, an independent author, researcher, and consultant on climate change and sustainability. And of course, we have Professor Guo Junhe, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Professor in Economics, Director, HKU Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute. Everyone, please make yourself comfortable on stage.
Please take a seat. Welcome to the final dialogue of today. I'm Hong Yu. So throughout today's forum, we have delved into the aspirations and architectures of ESG. Now we arrive at maybe the most difficult pointed session of today. So we're going to discuss the challenges and course correction. Now a quick disclaimer from my side. So I'm a journalist, not an ESG professional. So which means I represent the media and the public. My job here today is to ask tough questions. So to all the panelists, this is not going to be an easy chat. First of all, I know that we have a poll. Let's hear from the audience. Please display the poll on the big screen. Yeah. As it stands today, do you believe the current ESG framework is? Please scan the QR code to make your choice. We have A, net positive driving real change, and B, a well-intentioned but flawed system. C, a net negative doing more harm than good, and D, too early to tell. Yeah, please scan the QR code. We don't have a piece of paper. It's ESG. Yeah, maybe let's wait for a few minutes. What do you think the audience is going to choose, Dr. Shi? Better, okay. Yeah. Shall we see the result? Any technical problem? I believe there's some problem with system. Okay. Wow. Well-intentioned but a flawed system. You're all ESG practitioners. Surprise me. Maybe you can discuss the result later.
But I think the results are quite clear. So most people think it's well-intended, flawed.
Yeah, the flawed part is yours. Yeah, maybe I start with Dr. Kelly. So we know that you are at the forefront of shaping ESG standard. So from your perspective at GRI, what has been the most important positive achievement of ESG movement? Yeah, we're going to discuss positive first.
First of all, good afternoon. Thank you. I've been trying to memorize the name. Thank you to the HKU Jockey Club and Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute. One breath. Thank you very much.
That's Dr. Guo paid you for that.
You have to do that as well in one breath without breathing. Yeah, so first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be part of this very important discussion and also to bring together, different sectors, the academics, policymakers, the private sector, and standard setters like GRI, because the issue of sustainability, the challenge of climate change is not a problem that one sector can solve alone. So collaboration is very important, but that is not answering the question. What is the question? Okay. I will speak on behalf of the Global Reporting Initiative. So can I just have a show of hands who have heard of GRI? Oh, wow. I am so happy. This is my audience. I'll move here tomorrow. Yes. So since all of you are, most of you are aware of the Global Reporting Initiative, so we've been out for 30 years. And I would say that our biggest accomplishment is to make sustainability reporting as a practice. So for those we were created in 1987, so we're almost 30 years. So I think few of you haven't been born yet, but some of you are already of legal age in 1997. So just to refresh your memory, during that time, around the 80s and the 90s, there were so many reports of corporate misbehavior, whether on the environmental side or social side. And at the time, companies are only asked to submit financial reports to the regulators. And our creators, UN, EP, and CERES, which is a US-based think tank organization, thought, that this corporate misbehavior and misventures are happening so much. And the financial report is not really telling stakeholders, the public, the shareholders, customers, everyone. It's not telling the public how they are performing on the non-financial aspect. So they could have very good numbers in the pink of health, but at the expense of what and of whom, right? So you could have, exceeded your profits for the past years, but maybe you're using child labor, or maybe you have, cleared out a forest lands. So that is, I think, the biggest accomplishment of GRI. 30 years, almost 30 years on, majority of the world's largest corporations are doing sustainability reporting using the GRI standards. A lot of jurisdictions, I think around 120 countries have now requirements for sustainability reporting. Majority of them reference the GRI standard. So if I could just clarify, because this morning there was a presentation from Professor F. He did say that for the longest time there was no mandatory sustainability reporting standard. So I would just like to differentiate mandatory from voluntary. So mandatory, a set of mandatory disclosure standards no, there was no requirement. But for the longest time, there has been a requirement for companies, particularly listed companies, to do sustainability reporting. And until now, GRI is the only standard setting body that asks companies to report on their impact to the economy, environment, and society. So it's inwards looking outwards. So the presentation this morning on IFRS is financial reality, meaning what is having an understanding what your sustainability issues are, how does that impact on the financial bottom line, whereas CSRD is double materiality. So it's financial materiality and impact reporting. Impact reporting side of CSRD is co-constructed by GRI. I can see the cue. I'll stop now.
Great. Yeah, it's super important to have proper ESG standard. Now we hear about Dr. Lee. Now I want to move to Dr. Shi. Let's talk about the field that powers the revolution. Your personal journey from the lab in Australia to a solar giant in China is legendary. So before ESG was even a common term, your work was living it. So looking back, how much of your journey was accelerated by the concept of ESG investing and gave investors a new language to back solar?
Yeah, okay. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. And my entire career has been in solar and renewable energy, both academically and industrially. So I was trained in Australia University of New South Wales. And so later I became an entrepreneur and built at the time one of the largest global PV panel manufacturers. And through this journey, I really think my understanding of ESG is very good intention, and actually practically is also very helpful from my personal perspective or industry perspective. And first of all, I think ESG, the reason I believe is good intentionally, because it drives for excellence. So for example, it's like some companies are doing so well, makes a lot of money, but also at the same time may do a lot of damages. So I think this ESG kind of give you the guidance or mechanism you have to somehow balance. So I think that's my personal understanding. And for industry, we virtually came from zero to now, the cheapest electricity technology in the world, and it's very capital intensive industry across the whole supply chain. You can imagine how much capital do we need to build this industry. So I think without ESG guidance or concept and all propaganda, so I guess it will be probably very difficult, for investors to put in their dollars, into this, industry. And yeah, that would be, my personal view on how ESG impacts on solar industry. So we are very thankful, to ESG, and that's my contribution.
Thank you. Now we'd like to hear from the academia, Professor He and Professor Yurei. So to the public, maybe they don't quite understand what ESG is, but what they do understand that we have too many ESG scholars and they love to debate. So behind all the opinions, there must be a fundamental idea that most of you actually agree upon. So cutting through the academic discussion, what would you say is one core contribution of ESG? Yeah, maybe we start with Professor He.
Just say one. Okay. I think the key contribution actually comes from disclosure. So now we have more information about firms, we know what they're doing, and then with more data, it's not just for researchers, that's a gold mine. It's also for analysts and investors. They can analyze those data. Some of them are, for example, newspapers that elaborated in the previous discussions, some other non-structural data that can be used to predict stock prices in real time. I would say information itself is a cornerstone for this whole movement. So people want more information about the firms. But the next stage, how you use them, I think that's where all those controversies came from. I will leave that discussion for the next kind of sharings.
Yeah. Professor Urey, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm flying blind a bit because I had an ear infection, so I'm half deaf in that ear. So I have no idea what the question is. So I'm going to answer it anyway. Also, let me say, I've just come back to Hong Kong. 30 years ago, I was an associate professor here in the business school. So now I'm back with you, and you've moved up it. So thank you very much. So I'm back here permanently. I've got slightly different take on all of this. Let me say that the concept of ESG is like a rubber band. I mean, it can be expanded to include almost anything, which is a bit of a problem when you're trying to pin down which bits of it work and which bits of it don't. I used AI yesterday just to check out how many works existed. Well, it came up with 7. And that's just scratching the surface. And they're slightly different. So it's very difficult to say, is it working or not, because it depends which one you're looking at. The one that I was in this book, and this gives me a shameless opportunity to publicize it, is achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, late or too late. The publisher didn't like the late or too late a bit, but they wanted to add the achieving part. So we agreed to compromise, and we have both. So that came out last year. What I want to start with, though, is a concept which I think is relevant of all goals, and that is what was called the tragedy of the commons. And that was a concept that was mooted in 1832, and then it became more popularized, especially among some economists, in 1968. And the concept of the tragedy of the commons is that anything which is commonly owned is not owned by any individual, and therefore individuals will treat it with some contempt. For example, if it's a public park, they will drop plastic and so on. And it's much better, some economists concluded it was better, therefore, that everything be privately owned because you took responsibility for it. Sounded quite convincing at one level, but unconvincing at another level, because the reality is that while it is true that social and economic environmental goals are being persecuted, it is true that some people still drop litter or smoke in public places, but it's also true that others won't. And therefore, it isn't the tragedy of the commons, but what gives rise to different types of human behavior. That's a big question. I don't have time even to scratch the surface of it now, but obviously it involves the kind of nurture issue. I used to have a hiking group in Hong Kong in the 1990s, and there was one wonderful occasion. We were in some rather remote place, and a person who had joined the hike, who had never been there before, dropped some paper. Then we were about to leave, and my partner then, she said, no, we can't leave until you pick up that piece of paper. And this person looked at her in astonishment and then realized she was actually serious. The group stayed there until that person picked up the paper. Now that, I hope, might have seeped in consciousness and changed his future behavior. But that dilemma lies behind a lot the achievement or non-achievement of ESG. Now, I'll just say a few words, not on the book, because I actually wrote the book after presenting a PowerPoint presentation to the University of the Philippines, one of their master's courses, about how companies could achieve some, if not all, of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And I turned that into the book. And in doing so, I myself a lot more about the goals and how they may or may not be achieved. And are just two or three that I think are of primary importance in order to achieve all the others. The first one is number one itself. Get rid of absolute poverty. And I think that's very doable. Not on an ideological basis, but simply on a practical basis. I'm a great supporter of basic income, universal basic income. It's very, very doable, and its advantage is that it would actually get rid of most poverty absolutely overnight if it happened. So I think that's number one. Number two is, I think it's SDG 5, which is equality for women. Because if half the human race does not share the same privileges, same respect that the other half has, then what chance is there of achieving, making substantial progress on the SDGs? Those are the two outstanding ones. The last one, 17, is global partnerships. And I translate that into finding ways to war. Because if there is war, there is no progress with SDG. There cannot be, for obvious reasons. And therefore, one further SDG, which will be my next book in December, is climate change. In here, it's all the SDGs relating to environment. I've clustered them together in a chapter here, and I've then done another book called Change and Carbon Markets. As I say, that is thankfully coming out next month. And I'll just finish this note, and it may be something you'd like to take up later. There's a huge gap between the funds available for climate mitigation and the needs. And what funds there are do not go to where the major needs are, which is in developing countries in the global south. I have reached the conclusion, I'm convinced, that at least one important step is, which is the creation of an international green bank, which has exclusive focus on climate issues. After I came to that conclusion, I discovered in 2021 an international green bank as well. So that, I think, would be a really important step.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So there are a lot of work we need to do, and glad to know that you have another new book coming. So now the second part, we need to discuss the critique. So first, I want to ask Professor He. So from a media perspective, it's fascinating to watch while the business world raced to adopt ESG, while the academia plays the role of critical bystander. For instance, I quote, you said, there are too many ESG disclosure standards for Chinese A-share companies, resulting in inconsistent disclosure levels. So do you think academia produce so many critics? What's your really view on ESG?
I don't want myself to sound like an anti-ESG person, okay? Because our institute actually wants to promote enterprise sustainability, and we try very hard to make contributions to this field. But given that our other speakers seem to be very on the other side, emphasizing all the good things, the upsides of doing those things, I would be becoming the bad guy. Okay, I will say a bit more about the challenges, and also why we are witnessing what is happening now in different parts of the world. So I think the critiques of ESG are, you should separate two parts. One is part of those critics are reasonable, right? We have huge rating inconsistencies. Right? There are probably more than 100 rating agencies who are doing business in this field, and not to mention maybe there are another 100 media is also giving awards and on ESG performances year to year. This rating consistency is well documented in the literature. Basically, if you look at, even for the major ESG rating providers, their overall correlations with each other is somewhere between 0.3 and 0.4. On certain dimensions like governance, is probably 0.1, 0.2. In other words, that has two implications. First, it's very hard for people to understand, are you really doing good or not? Because there are so many dimensions and so many rating agencies giving so many different results. On the other hand, it also creates a lot of room for greenwashing. So basically, any company is able to find some of their friends, agencies, or friends in the circle to give them some type of high ratings and give them rewards, and they all put that on their wall, and that's indicated that they have doing something good, right? That's the first key critic. Those ESG data and ESG rating results are highly inconsistent and make it very difficult to use. And meanwhile, we also have the problem that, for example, if you look at those rating questionnaires, there are probably 1,000 or even more questions in those questionnaires, which give the companies a lot of burden to just fill in those questionnaires. On the other hand, even if you ask those rating agencies, which dimensions are more important? How do you weight those different dimensions? At least so far, I talked with many of them. None of them actually give me a convincing answer why this dimension is more important than the other dimension. Why we should give, for example, reduction in carbon emissions a less weight or more weight than another dimension. Say we are going to have one more female board members in the company, right? So as a result, it gives a huge room for different rating agencies to create results that favor their friends, which in the long run damages the reputation of this entire business and make a lot of people just think they probably should disregard this whole thing altogether. Right, I think those are things that seems to be the central topic of the debate. Not to mention, there are also ideological discussions, right? So if you look at the US, the society becomes more and more divided. And particularly on the S dimensions, it's super controversial. And sometimes a lot of those discussions are not really about whether they are useful or not at all. They are more about whether I agree with you or not from ideological perspective. That drives a lot of changes that we are seeing now. So overall, I think there are certain things that seems to be part of the question and part of the critics are reasonable, and we should provide solutions. We think about how to develop this industry, and the other part is more ideological, and we should definitely think whether those things make sense. And if they don't, we should stick to our objectives, our long-term goals. That's my summary.
So maybe it's better if we just have one universal standard of ESG standard, so everybody just adopt this one standard is better.
No, I'm also not advocating that everyone should be adopting one standard. Okay, disclosure, that's fine. I think from disclosure perspective, you do need, just like a financial disclosure, right? You do need a standard how to calculate carbon emissions and what scope should be included and how to avoid controversy. On that part, I think this is a good trend that over time the standards are converging. But in terms of the rating, I think at least we need to understand how to use them, right? Why those companies are giving weights for different things, what's the rationale, and to what extent they can be actually applied for investors, for the public, for the governments, and what information it can be actually reviewed about the company from those overall kind of summaries. But now, lack of transparency in this business, and also involving ideological debates make it very hard to use. As a result, I think a lot of things that we're seeing today, and including some of our professors, are really working hard to see whether we can provide a solution to those challenging problems, whether we would offer some simple, easy to understand, yet scientifically grounded evidence about what corporates are actually doing.
Yeah, Dr. Ali, would you like to respond to Dr. He, or would you like to provide more critiques on ESG?
I will answer that and then answer the question as well. So that was interesting, the universal standards. I will address that. Okay. But let me tell you a story first. I like telling stories. So last night I watched this documentary or a news feature about, has anyone heard of Pantone? Yes, Pantone is the universal color standards, right? And in that in that documentary, what the stakeholders are complaining is that they have the monopoly, right? But on the flip side, the advantage is if I am a designer and my company asks me to design a packaging for my product in the color of Tiffany blue, everyone looks at the same set of swatch, right? And whether your printer is in the US or in Europe, they will produce the same Tiffany blue. Now, under that concept, your question is maybe we can have one GRI, one ESG universal standards. And that is the discussion nowadays. But I think we are barking at the wrong tree. I say we cannot have one set of universal standards that everyone in the world can use. Why? Because each country, every region are at different stages of development. For example, if you're from Europe, you're already talking about net zero decarbonization. I am from the Philippines. We just got hit by a Typhoon 4 category earlier this week, right? I think one of the presenters earlier said, I think it's Professor Shang, right? He was talking about the typhoon. The strongest wind is 200 kilometers per hour. In the Philippines, the typhoon we had was 285 kilometers per hour in terms of gusts wind. Anyway, that's not the answer. What I'm trying to drive at is that, in the developed world, you can already talk about decarbonization, you can already talk about net zero. But from a developing world perspective, where majority of a lot of countries whose base load is still fossil fuel, right? Yes, of course, we can talk about transition. You cannot rush them right away because there are costs to transition, right? And then they have to be supported, right? So everyone is at different levels of development, and that is the danger if you just ask everyone to report the same thing. Now, global standard, you say, well, then Ali, you're a global standard. What's GRI for? What is the IFRS sustainability standards for? It is a guide. It is universal. The idea when we develop the GRI standards is that it could be applicable in any sector, in any circumstance, in any country, but you also apply it based on the concept of materiality. You only report on things that are relevant to you. Case in point, the largest company in the Philippines, spoke to me, and she was complaining, we were approached by this investor. They were pushing us to come up with a net zero plan. How can we have a net zero plan when our base load is coal? It's not up to us. It's not the private sector who can tell the government, let's close all the power plants today and just put, solar panels. So, and they said, in the Philippines, we have a much bigger issue. So they said, I'd rather invest in building resiliency to ensure that my businesses are resilient and so that my community, the community where I operate, will also benefit from the resilience of my business. So I think I haven't answered the question. So the question is the critique, right? So I mentioned earlier that GRI is the most widely used sustainability standards. And I think the failure on that part is while sustainability reporting has increased, it has increased exponentially since we were created, social inequality continues to increase. Carbon emissions continue to exist. So the point is, sustainability reporting will not solve the world's problem. And corporations alone will not be able to solve the world's problem. I mean, I'm in the panel of academics here. We know that there are a lot of studies done, academics currently, that companies who have done sustainability reporting has seen firm level importance, but it has not brought societal improvement for the most part of the world. Why? Because we exist in an ecosystem. It's largely driven by policies as well. So how can a company, within its own ecosystem, it can drive change? But if countries continue to use GDP as a gauge for growth, then we have a problem. what is the measure of GDP? I mean, economists, please correct me, I might be wrong here. It's all about production, right? What drives production? Use of resources, right? And when you produce more, you encourage society to consume more. So there is still that, disparity and irony of like we're pushing for sustainability and yet we're still chasing for unfettered economic growth. Okay, I'll stop there. If you continue to talk, I'll finish the time.
Yeah, Dr. Shi, you seem quite agree with what Dr. Ali said.
Okay. my think around this critic of ESG, I think it's a maturing process. It takes time. Okay, so and yes, could be too long. And unfortunately, as a society, we are in a growth process. So is a painful process. And for example, we all have children, right? When they grow up, and all, even including ourselves, we can be successful, we can be failure, and but we cannot give up goal. If we give up goal, then we lie down. All right. So I think this is a mature process, and look at I think a professor. There was a professor, I forgot. He presented his average, right? Yeah, and B2B, right? So this is the average. So I mean, we are human beings. We don't have a single brain. We have diversity of brains. They all think differently. Sydney Airport, Sydney, like everybody travel to Sydney, you probably know crowded the Sydney Airport is. They have been talking about over 30 years about building a bigger, better airport. But because of this democracy, this diversity of thinking, government is hard to make a decision. So I think that's a good analogy to hear. And some people think this way, and Professor Ali just mentioned there's different criteria, KPIs, all right? So I think all this is really make the situation very complicated. This is, my first point. Second point, I think is about some critics come to about the implementation. So we have all this disclosure of financial report, but people all know, is this real? How to check on this data, right, and so on. So I would like to use the analogy is like ISO 9001. So that, very standard international management system. And then I will ask questions, because in my firms, I'm always telling my managers, do not give me two skins, two faces, only one, all right? So many companies, or even some consulting companies, they can provide ISO 9001 procedures. It's all written, it's ready. Then how can you implement this, right? And is that effective, or it's just like, okay, I just choose to some sort of audited company, I'm done that. But actually, in reality, you never implement. So what I encourage our management, don't do that. Just write down whatever you do in practice, whatever is effective. When you aggregate all these documents, that's your procedures. All right. So I think this ESG is kind of, from our point of view, I kind of like can see these 2 points. I mean, if we can somehow address these two, that probably would become effective. But overall, I would say it does make a lot of progress. 15 years ago, when I talk about climate change, nobody cared. What is climate change? But today, you don't need to talk about climate change. Okay, everybody knows. Yeah. So that's because Trump has different KPIs. So I think we are making progress. Is a maturing process. In the end, we'll get there.
Yeah. So Dr. Shi said it's just growing pains, and Professor Urey, so you have been to notes. You must have a lot to say. Please.
Yeah, I've been scribbling down here. Very interesting point. I want to come back really to question whether the issue is about standards or information, or whether it's about something more fundamental. because there are standards galore. There is information far more than anybody can absorb. It's all out there. And with AI, with LLM, you can gather it in seconds. I don't think that's where the issues are. I think the issues are at either end of that. At one end, at the beginning end, is the conceptual framework. You can build, mathematically or in any other way you like, models of society and the economy. You can do a GDP model. You can do a model based upon labor. You can do a model based upon nature. You can do a model based upon energy. And people have done all those things. They're quite consistent. The reason why GDP is the dominant model is because we live in a society which is dominated by capital. GDP measures capital, like it or not. That's the way it is. People working on nature or on energy are making a critique of that model, where the market may fail, and therefore other solutions have to be found. Now, one conceptual model which dominates the United Nations and the FCCC is what I call the catalytic model. So $1 of public money would catalyze $2, $3, $10 of private money. The whole edifice of UN approach is based on that model, and it has not worked, and it is not working, and it cannot work. It cannot work because corporate risk and societal risk are not the same things. So corporates won't invest in, for example, many global southern economies because of management risk and capital risk, and the cost of capital is very high, and there's often no way to get insurance and so on and so forth. But from a societal point of view, that's a disaster, because you can't isolate the greenhouse gases in the Philippines from people suffering from global warming everywhere else on the planet. So action based upon understanding what is right or wrong about models is a critical thing. And this is why I think that the framework that makes sense with regard to climate is a risk uncertainty model. The risk may be high or low, the certainty may be high or low. So if the certainty is that there's going to be an absolute disaster, even if the risk is low, it has to be taken seriously. If there's a very high risk, a complete certainty that the damage won't be particularly great, then we don't have to take it that seriously. And most things are somewhere in between, and we have to focus on those. So I don't think it's about the standards as such, any of them are out. I don't think it's about the information as such. It's about decision making. And that's a crucial thing.
Yeah, thank you. So we have heard about the critiques, the problems of current ESG system. Maybe now we can discuss course correction. So Dr. Ali, so maybe from GRI global view, what should international organizations do? Maybe we can do more to harmonize the third or to gather the community to break the current deadlock in ESG. What do you think?
Reporting will not solve the world's problem. Actions will. And I think there's so much to do about reporting standards. Companies, if you speak to companies, they've been complaining because depending on the stakeholder, each stakeholder would ask for different types of report. 500 data points, 1,000 data points. So I remember a few companies I've spoken to, they already have a GRI report, and then they have other stakeholders, and they said GRI report because when they map the requirements of the stakeholder, for the most part, it is aligned with GRI. And then they told, no, but you have to use our format. Right, so there's so much focus on compliance now. So a lot of companies. I remember I was speaking in Bangkok last year, the regional director of Toyota, he said that my sustainability reporting team is much bigger than my team who implements and formulates sustainability NAMs. So I think it's really more, as Dr. John said, you know, it's also the ability of information. But again, that also poses another challenge for regulators, right? Well, how can you ensure that companies are credibly and reliably? Well, one solution is assurance. But assurance costs a lot of money, and it also creates another set of problems, right? For one, in a given country, of course, the government has to ensure that you have, again, a set of methodology, a set of assurance standards. So if you have, usually it's, I don't know if there's anyone here for the Big Four, but normally it's the Big Four who dominates the space. So if you have the Big Four, then they would have their 4 different methodologies. So if I'm a company, I just go to the auditor that will give me the best result. That's one, right? The method. And then the second is cost. And the third, if assuming that the regulator would require assurance, would there be enough experts to do it, right? So those are the challenges. But the good thing about for GRI, we always encourage transparency. So when you do a GRI report, if you do a sustainability report, it's to be public. And with everything accessible now, it's easy to fact check your reports. There have been a few cases where a vigilant citizen would check a report and see that, you know, they haven't. So that's my point. It's not about reporting is a tool. It's not the end all. For GRI, for us, the goal really is for companies to integrate sustainability operations, because before you can reach the point that you can report accurately and reliably, a company has to go through that transformation process. So reporting would be step 10, but you have to go through step 1 to step 9. But what happened is that sustainability was flipped on its head. So as I said, GRI was created in 1997, but you had the Millennium Development Goals in 2000, the Sustainability Development Goals in 2015, and everything else in between. So companies had to scramble, and this is what I hear from companies. Compliance came first. I have to do a report before we even understand how we translate that into our business operations.
Yeah. Professor He, we know that you have a lot of critiques about ESG. So now we want to hear that how, your cognitive role in fixing the problem of ESG, like academia, industry collaboration, what a truly productive partnership look like.
So clarify, I didn't give a lot of critics. Okay, there are more critics than I can think of. But giving the question is really about what would you think would be the right path. I want both things. So I usually give recommendations only based on my own research. So I'm very confident about those findings. This morning, for those who attended this morning's session, I just shared with you about demand for ESG actions and how firms what would be the return. So based on that study, I can say the following. First, not all the companies should do that. That's, for example, your company are barely survival. And your primary goal, of course, is to make sure your company runs well and make sure your employees are going to have salaries right, back home. So only productive firms should do that. Productive should do that because they can harvest reputation, they can attract investors, and also other benefits. So the second is that very transparent firms should not do that. People already understand what company are doing. Your sole responsibility is actually produce high quality products that people understand and people buy. That's the biggest social contribution. But due to business needs, some business have very complicated network, supply chain, and R&D intensity. So people don't really know what you're doing. This type of companies should do it. And when they do it, they also harvest reputation, harvest stock return. And then when companies are actually doing those things, do not pay too much attention to specific rating results. Instead, focus on your money that could generate the largest social impacts that our institute has advocating given that you are spending money anyway, for those productive firms, from those less transparent firms, you want to invest in this, we hope we would able to channel your money to the places, to the areas, to the sectors that is most needed this money. Okay, so that you are not just trying to say, I'm spending a lot of money and efforts, actually we see impacts. On the regulatory side, based on our study, I would also say I'm against mandatory disclosure. The reason is the following. Part of the reason is following Ali's discussions that different countries, different firms have different situations, they are in different development stages. This could be very costly, say, for example, for small and medium-sized firms. And then if you make it mandatory, the only consequence is that you incentivize a lot of the firms to do greenwashing. They are going to just pay 5,000 Chinese yuan, hiring an AI company, write up some reports that no one is able to verify. We do not want that, because with more and more such information, it further makes other firms to say, I actually have good intentions to do this, but now I wouldn't be able to differentiate myself from other companies that actually reduce their incentives to do that. Okay, last thing I want to say a bit more about climate policies, and particularly when you're kind of in the morning and just now you talk about Trump. So we tend to kind of make fun of Trump's climate and energy policies. And with, of course, all those changes are devastating for climate scientists and this sector, renewable energy in the US. But meanwhile, I want you to think, why is there a possibility all those policies actually make sense? In economics, we have a concept called the green paradox. Basically, it says the following: if you try to retire fossil fuels, the more stringent, the more strict timeline you set, actually you incentivize the owners of those resources to exhibit the resource extraction. And why? Because they know in 20 years, in 30 years, all those resources will be valued at zero. And the US has the world's largest shale gas reserve, maybe also the largest shale oil reserve. And think about if it's now investing all the things into renewable energy, basically all those reserves will become zero, have zero value in 30 years. Would that be a rational response for the United States? Right? I'm not trying to say Trump is doing things right. What he does actually is very damaging to the global collaboration and for human race to fight climate change. But there's underlying driving forces behind that. Of course, China now is leading all this sector. We want all the countries to copy this model, but we should not forget there are a lot of resource-intensive countries who hold a lot of money into it. And it's very hard for them to say, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to just drop all the resource extraction. I'm going to all of that suddenly translate to what we hope for. Okay, those are the few comments I want to make.
Yeah, so Professor He mentioned about greenwashing, and Dr. Shi, the media now pay a lot of attention to what happened in China's PV industry, because we see the price war happening. It is unsustainable. So what would you say about this paradox? Do you see there's a way out?
Well, I guess, as I said, it's a maturing process. Okay, so what's that word? Nature interlusion. You know, that's a special word is for this severe vicious competition. It's not just in PV, also real estate, right? Price dropping and many others. So I think that's like I always believe self-correction. You know, so of course, if with guidance, that would be good, or if with some sort of warning mechanism, that even better. But if we look at Wall Street, we have all elites working in Wall Street. They probably only can maybe smell something 6 months or 12 months earlier than general public. So I think you know, as business school, you probably have a lot of courses, you know, teaching students, you know, you know, be aware about these cycles. So I think you know, from capital point of view, capital always flows to where the profit is, but not for too long. You know, I mean, look at PV industry 3 years ago. Company makes billions of dollars profit, but now they're losing billions of dollars. So I think is cycling, and also in particularly for PV and you know, look at the battery storage. Now it's booming. Okay, but I mean, you know, really now we don't want to see in 3 years' time the battery best you know sector repeats, you know, what PV is doing this moment. You know, we really hope that will not happen. And but sometimes it's hard. It's also human nature somehow, you know. And I think also I think it's a learning process because maybe you know, I don't know, maybe I'm getting old. So I you know, getting old, and I kind of can see what happened, you know, through my lifetime so far, and people keeps repeating. You know, I mean, we have like a 5,000 years history. So I remember whatever my father told me, if I listened, could make a lot of, you know, fewer mistakes, but we never learn. I think that's the human nature. So I think, but I believe the future will be bright, you know, and it will self-correct.
Yeah. Now my last question goes to Professor Urey. So your book mentioned about it's late or too late to achieve sustainable goals. So would you like to give us a realistic path to solve this problem?
Repeat that last.
Well, a realistic path to global sustainability. What do you think?
Forward, the way forward.
Yeah.
Well, that's yeah, solve the problem. Yeah, I can solve the problem for you. I'll give you the bill after. Let's start at the two levels. The firm level, firstly, the company level. ESG doesn't make a lot of sense. The sustainability bit. To sustain a business, you often have to people out of work. And AI will certainly accelerate that. So the idea that ESG can fit neatly into a market model is just pie in the sky. It's just not happening, and it will never happen. That's point number one. Now, the economist's traditional argument to that is, oh, don't worry. People who are made unemployed, there will be an expansion of the economy, like green jobs, and they'll move into green jobs. And that's nonsense, because the people who lose their jobs don't have the skills and not of the right age set and so on to go into those new jobs. So it's a fantasy. But economics, modern economics, is based on fantasy, for the most part. When I gave a talk at University of Philippines, what I suggested was that companies that claim to have an interest in the Sustainable Development Goals, and by that I talk about ESG generally, one way, if they were serious about it, would be to set up little working groups within the company who could actually identify areas where progress could be made, whether it's on diversity, inclusion, whatever it happens to be. That would, to some extent, empower the employees in those companies. So by the management, it would show that they were serious about their direction of travel. So that would be my suggestion. It's not going to be a cure, as it were, to all the problems, but I think it would be a step in the right direction. By the way, as everybody in this theatre must realize by now, I am woke. And if anybody doesn't know where the word woke comes from, it comes from the 1930s, a song by Black Americans, and it meant awoken, awaken, aware. And the more woke people are, the better we are. And, you know, according to Mr. Trump, that might not be true, but it is to the rest of us. At the state level, I think it's important to identify areas where progress can be seriously made. And there are a range of proposals out there. I mean, the role of multilateral development banks, for example, and There's dozens of proposals. One which I came across a couple of weeks ago that I didn't know previously. There was a meeting in Singapore where they were talking about carbon hubs. And the idea of a carbon hub is to create, it's a bit like a special economic zone, but it's of green sectors which can cluster. It might be a bit of Indonesia, for example. And the point of clustering is you achieve scale. And if you can achieve scale, then from an investment point of view, it's attractive. And for scope 3 emissions, which is the supply chain, that could work backwards through the local economy or the regional economy. So that is one of the more innovative ideas that has emerged quite recently. So I think there's a lot that can be focused on in terms of solutions, practical solutions. Yes, they do need frameworks, yes, they do need standards, etc. But they need, above all, they need proposals that can be worked. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Because time constraint, so we have a final poll. Maybe let's display the poll on the screen. Yeah, should we? Yeah. Please scan the QR code. Let's make it quickly. Yeah. What do you think is the most important action needed to fix ESG? So please give us the result. Yeah, so almost it's changing. Almost 40% choose shifting focus from risk to impact. And wow, it's quite mixed. Yeah, we should. So thank you for the panelists for sharing insights and to the audience for your engagement. So it's clear that ESG is at crossroads, but with honest critique and collaborative course correction, there is still hope for meaningful impact. Thank you again. Session now concludes. Hopefully we can see you in next year. And thank you all for shaping the future of sustainability.
Thank you very much to all of you. And before I have all of you return to seats, can I please have you take a step forward and take a photo before wrapping up? And thank you very much for that meaningful exchange, and thank you for your presence. Please follow the instructions from the photographer and maybe take a step forward in front of the tables would make the photo look better. All right, let's do a few more pictures. Wonderful. And thank you for everybody that's participating in all of our polls. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you for that discussion. Very dynamic and insightful discussion indeed. Now, we've been truly privileged to hear such passionate exchanges. And with that, we want to say thank you. And can I please invite everyone to take a seat? Everyone, please take a seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we've been truly privileged to hear such passionate exchanges, as I just meant, from the diverse perspectives on ESG and from our distinguished industry leaders who face these challenges daily to our renowned scholars who provide the critical research backbone. Now, this vibrant dialogue between theory and practice is what our institute has always strived to facilitate. And not only that, for years, we've been committed to bridging knowledge with industry. What it was now, that's for transforming academic research into actionable strategies while grounding business practices into rigorous scholarship.
today's conversation beautifully exemplifies this mission in action by creating this unique platform where cutting-edge research is real-life implementation. Now, we hope not only to advance the ESG disclosure, but to also catalyze the tangible process. So I just want to say thank you again to all of our speakers for sharing their invaluable expertise, and I think that deserves a big round of applause. Thank you to all of our speakers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are drawing a close to today's forum, we have been privileged to explore the profound connections that's happening between the businesses, sustainability, technology through distinguished speakers and everyone's participation. Now, to bring our discussions to a fitting closure, now it is my great honor to invite Professor Jun He, the Hong Kong Jockey Club professor in economics and director of the HKU Jockey Club Enterprise and Sustainability Global Research Institute, to join me on stage and to do the closing remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say thank you and thank you and thank you. Okay, so thanks for staying late with us. Now it's almost 6 o'clock, and we still have a bunch, I would say, ESG enthusiasts joining us for those discussions. And I also want to thank our partners, our collaborators for making this possible. As you can see, we're actually live streaming these events across multiple platforms. We also have other media friends and supporting organizations for these events. So I think from today's sharing, you get a sense of what we do. Basically, we want to bridge more between academia and also the industry. I think often if you attended a lot of ESG forum organized or corporates, there's very little sharing from academics. While at the same time, if you're in an academic conference, most of the time it's very hard to understand. It's boring, it's lengthy, and there are a lot of tables. It's hard to know the exact message. So we try to blend these two. By first, we do have industry relevant sharings, corporate leaders and representatives from different organizations. At the same time, hopefully our sharings from our faculty also demonstrate the research capabilities of Hong Kong U Business School. Right? We have endowed professors sharing their research, and we also have these very short sessions in which some of our young faculties are taking us to a journey of understanding the most recent work. So with that, I think have maybe just one key takeaway from today's whole day events. That is, despite with controversies, despite with debates, we are making progress. Right? People are making progress along different dimensions and trying to promote sustainability using their ways. Our institutes have our own approach, and other organizations and corporates have their approach. I do hope that in the end we would be kind of force all those join all those forces, combine all the forces together and drive meaningful changes. So we plan to host these events every year. So we would very much welcome you to join us next year, and we are going to also update the topic based on the next year what would be the most important issues. Again, thank you very much. And finally, I want to thank our staff who made this event possible. We have a great host, a great MC, a great staff who are making everything so smooth, and I would like to give my really appreciation to their efforts. And finally, Solomon is back. I saw him. Okay, so he's coming all the way from Frankfurt. And again, thank for your sharing this morning. Okay, thank you all the other guests for the panels as well. Okay, I will see, I think, most of you next year. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor He. Thank you for the closing remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the 2025 HKU Sustainability Forum has now sweetly come to a successful conclusion. Now, on behalf of the HKU Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to each and every one of you that is here with us in the audience, and of course, that's watching our live stream. And first and foremost, I would also like to say a special thanks to the Hong Kong Jockey Club, of course, as we mentioned many times, specifically the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust, whose visionary support made this entire forum a great success. And we're all profoundly grateful to our exclusive media partner, which is Itai, and also to all of our supporting organizations. Now there's Cliss, so bear with me. Just want to say thank you to all of them. Capacity Building Alliance of Sustainable Investment, also known as CASI, Center on Contemporary China and the World, ClimeMind, Hong Kong Productivity Council, HKPC, HKU Business School Alumni Department. We have the HKU Beijing Center, HKU Shanghai Center, and also the HKU Shenzhen Center. Now we also have TVB, and if you actually paid attention to the backdrop outside, there's Xueshuo and Beijing Zhongzhenchuan Academy. Now, to all of our distinguished speakers, insightful panelists, and to every one of you that's in the audience as well all day long, thank you very much. Once again, your very passionate engagement and also participating in our polls, of course, has been part of this event. Now, we also hope that the ideas that are shared today will inspire action and it will inspire collaboration long after you step out of the venue today. Now, the conversation today does not just end here. In fact, it is only the beginning. So everyone, please, and we do also look forward to continuing this critical journey with you all, and we'll see you next year, next year's forum. And not only that, if you would like to learn more about the Institute and join our future events, please do follow us on WeChat and also LinkedIn. And for today's photos, please obtain via the QR code that should be on the screen anytime. And again, I can't say this enough, but thank you very much for being an essential part of this meaningful journey. And we wish that you have a great evening and safe travels home. Happy weekend. And my name's MC Melody Kwan. I'll see you in no time.